If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. You are listening to the Delphi series examining the Delphi case, the murders of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. This is episode 6, Staged. Now, the previous episodes, one of them regarding the dark hours, where I brought this information forward that I've been actually discussing since episode 1, the possibility that the bodies were not where they were found and why so many people are being triggered by this, when the actual former prosecutor came out and said that the scene could very well have been staged and that it was consistent with staging. So I don't know why people are addressing or focusing their triggering on me, because for whatever reason, their small minds can't handle the possibility that a killer would bring bodies back or stage them in any fashion, when obviously, this is rampant in true crime cases. I don't want to say it's the majority of the time. I'm not insinuating that in any way. I'm not even saying 50-50. I'm saying in a certain percentage, even if it's not that high of a percentage, there's a certain percentage where bodies are staged for a variety of reasons. And then, of course, not knowing the reasons doesn't mean something didn't happen. If you don't understand calculus equations, that doesn't mean the equations aren't true or they're unsolvable just because one individual's small or incompetent mind can't do it. That's something to keep in mind. And then we're going to be looking at further definitive proof that the bodies were not there during the searches. This case is amongst the most requested in MINDSHOCK because, of course, we approach everything logically, objectively, neutrally, scientifically, without biases or without getting triggered that certain people are willing to explore other avenues in unsolved cases. It's almost like there's a concerted effort to keep cases from being solved. Certain cases, not a lot. It's not seen that much in the Delphi case. It's mostly other cases like the Maura Murray case or the Stephen Avery case. But I just noticed that in regards to the scene possibly being staged, that's causing a lot of triggering online, an unusual amount. Does that mean there's something to it? Does that mean certain individuals, possibly connected to law enforcement, do not want this avenue explored? I don't know. But the truth is not afraid of investigation. And one more quick point on our previous episode, episode 5, Bridge Guy Arrested. There's a lot of people who are really bereft of logic, reason, and even basic English comprehension. Bridge Guy was arrested. This is coming from law enforcement. That episode title is aptly titled. If you're deficient in English, then maybe instead of just making triggering comments about clickbait titles, perhaps break that dictionary out. See what it means to be arrested. See what a suspect is, a person of interest. Then you can read the actual law enforcement memos that I directly read from in the previous episode that stated that Bridge Guy was arrested. This isn't rocket science. But of course, MINDSHOCK does attract a varied crowd, let's put it that way. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Big thanks to all the people that donate. Much appreciated. We can bring out more episodes in more cases and cover a lot of newer cases that we will also be doing. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If that's still not working, you could just go to youtube.com/MINDSHOCK for all the latest info and podcasts. Keep the awareness up in this case and demand justice, because justice delayed is justice denied. If law enforcement does know a lot more than they are saying, the public should make it known that they're still interested in this case and that they're not going away and that interest is not going away. If you agree with that message, you find this podcast informative, hit that like button and share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for a case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Big thanks to all the previous and current patrons. Everything is appreciated. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Please, I do ask that you at least have a children's level understanding of the English language if you are going to do so. Otherwise, it's just a big waste of time for all parties involved. All right, so I will start this off once again. I will once again reiterate the words of the actual former prosecutor, not goofballs online who are not involved in the investigation in any capacity. So this is former prosecutor in unsolved Delphi World Track murders of 2 teens say the killer left behind at least 3 signatures at the odd crime scene, which had a lot of physical evidence, as victim's sister renews her appeal for justice. So this former prosecutor is, of course, Carroll County Prosecutor Robert Ives. You can find these quotes on various news articles. The one that came up on the first search, dailymail.co.uk. You can verify this on the Down the Hill podcast as well as other news media outlets for those that, for whatever reason, cling desperately to genetic logical fallacies where if it's on a certain website that they don't like, it must not be true, despite the fact that it's also on many other websites. Okay, so these are his words, not mine. There was a lot more physical evidence than that at the crime scene, Ives said, and it's probably not what you would imagine or what people would think I'm talking about. So in no uncertain terms, he's making it clear that this is not your average crime scene. So it's not what you would expect to see from someone who kidnapped or crime of opportunity of some kind, marched them off a trail and killed them. This is not that kind of scene. This is not what you would expect to see. It's very clear. I mean, even people with English as their second, third, fourth languages, this is very clear. It was just not your normal, a person was killed here crime scene. That's probably all I can say about it, Ives said. Ives said that the scene was odd and displayed at least 3 signatures, which are unique behaviors by the killer. Ives raised the possibility that elements of the scene had been staged in an attempt to trick investigators by sending them down a false path. Now, what does that mean exactly? So, again, he's being very cryptic, and he hasn't received a lot of information. So, all of these supposed informed commentators online who are getting triggered at the very notion that the bodies were not where they were found without actually having seen the scene. If you haven't seen the scene, you have no place to say whether they were killed there or not. And even if you have seen the scene, you still wouldn't know. If you're a trained investigator or a prosecutor, perhaps you can surmise, you can make some theories, but we're going to be getting into actual definitive science. More than just the common sense that the trees were bare, and you might see bright colored jackets through the tree lines, specifically when you're searching for people, but even if you're not, and that's the thing, even people just randomly walking the trails. Again, this is an unusually warm day, so there would be more people out and about than usual in February. So we also have to consider that that disturbance in that area down the hill, just off the end of the bridge where supposedly the girls were marched down, if that's what happened, if it was one person or multiple people that did this, if they were armed, not armed, obviously, if we weren't there, we don't know. But that was spotted, and that area was specifically searched, and there were people specifically looking in every direction. So would you notice bodies? or even clothing, because supposedly there were pieces of clothing that were not with the bodies. Again, these are relatively bright pieces of clothing. We're talking about before it got dark, there was a window where, again, they were specifically searching for people, for these girls. Okay, so let's get into the hard evidence, make of which what you will. So there is a YouTuber, Matt Sullivan, who has put out some information regarding law enforcement corruption. I'll be getting more into that in the next episode, although there are tie-ins here. I will say this here. If law enforcement, let's say they did get the guy, but he was involved in some kind of corruption with law enforcement, they covered the whole thing up. They said, obviously, they were stating there's no danger to the public, as if they knew that for sure. How would they know that? How would they know it's not a serial killer who's also going to kill other people? What information were they working with when they made these statements at these press conferences? Is it because they knew the guy, they had the guy, and they knew he wasn't going to do anything else somehow? Then that would cause them to make these statements? Either way, Matt Sullivan makes some very interesting points. He names names, and he is quite astute in his research. There are certain, we could call them jumps or connections he makes, I don't know if he's making them for the sake of simply theorizing or actually stating that it is definitive truth. Either way, I will go over something that's not talked about. The thermal imaging drone that was used in the search that night that did not record any thermal signatures. So around 4 p.m., that's when Becky, Tara, Derek, and Cody are searching all over the trails. 4:30 p.m., Mike Patty arrived to search the trails. 4:45, Kelsey German arrives. 5 p.m., Mike Patty sends a text message to his friend in law enforcement. And between 5:05 and 5:30 p.m., Carroll County Sheriff's officers begin arriving at the scene. So Carroll County Sheriff's Department, as reported by Matt Sullivan, only had 11 police officers on the force. They take the lead for this search. This being the modern age, family and friends start sharing all of this on Facebook. Girls are missing, help with search, and more family and friends arrive to help with the search. Local police also assists with the search. Okay, so at approximately 5:45 p.m., Chief Lesenby gets in contact with someone who contacts drone operator Mike Boutram. Now, Boutram has a drone equipped with an FLIR camera, which includes this is a thermal imaging camera. Now, this is not some cheapo little camera. If you go to their website, FLIR.com, a lot can happen in a split second. The right information at the right time could mean the difference between lives saved and lives lost. When your mission means everything, intelligent imaging ensures success. So these are cameras made for and used by emergency search and rescue teams, the military. This is not some just basic civilian tech camera, although obviously anybody could use it, but they make legitimate products for various professional and government entities. So again, this is not some glitchy, cheapo camera that might have missed someone. Now, so Mike Boutram actually flew the drone from 2 different points all around the bridge and river area and the entire trail system. And he did not see the girls. No bodies, but he did see, and again, the thermal imaging captured searchers and deer even. Okay, this is sensitive thermal imaging technology. This is not some, again, cheapo, defective, weak thermal imaging. So we will get into in a moment the speed at which the human body loses heat, because obviously that is critical for calculating this. So Matt Sullivan got in contact with the operator, and these are the text messages shared here. I was at the sheriff's station right before dusk. So again, there's still some light out, and followed the sheriff to a high point along the trail near one of the girls' homes. Flew with the thermal camera and could see deer and people searching along the creek, but did not see the girls. Then moved to Bridge and flew there up and down the creek, saw the same, people searching and animals. He mentions that this was a quad drone with a FLIR Duo R thermal camera. He states, I flew the creek area from the highest point near one of the girls' houses, then at the bridge up and down the creek, flying around 200 feet from where I took off. I was in a hurry and do not have the footage. This is 2020 when he's relaying this information. I saw people in the creek and out of the creek, screeching wildlife, but no girls. So again, this footage would be interesting to see, because he's saying he saw people in the creek. So if you're in the creek right near where the bodies were found, would you see bright colored clothing and the bodies? Once again, I'll repeat that. He's stating he saw people in the creek. So now we're not theorizing whether or not you would see the bodies off the trail. You might see a blurb of bright clothing, maybe, depending, in the creek, possibly, wherever it was discarded. And whether or not you would see the bodies themselves, probably not, but you might see some bright colored clothing. However, if you're in the creek and you're looking in that direction, at how many yards would you see the body? And of course, whether or not the bodies were seen or not, and whether or not the bodies were there or not, that's two separate things. Maybe they were there and they were not seen, but if that's the case, wouldn't the thermal camera have picked up the heat signatures? Obviously, we will get into the exact mathematical formulas at which heat dissipates from a body after loss of life. But again, in terms of line of sight, from the creek and around the creek, what is the line of sight to have seen bright pieces of clothing, if they were there at that time? Now, another thing to keep in mind, of course, it was supposedly unseasonably warm that day. So the weather reports were stating upwards somewhere around 46, between 40 and 46 in the hours in question that afternoon. But some of the family members in interviews had said it got up to 60 that day. So it's unclear whether it was quite a bit warmer than the actual weather report. Obviously, weather reports are not always 100% accurate, or even that accurate at all, depending on certain days. So regardless, we're not talking about sub-zero temperatures here where body heat would dissipate incredibly quick. We're talking anywhere between 40 and 60 degrees in these couple hours. After that, of course, the temperatures would plummet as the night goes on, but we're talking after 8 p.m. is when it would drop into the 30s. So this is well after the thermal imaging drone, which would be taking place between 6 and 6:30 p.m. Sunset was 6:20 p.m. So he was flying the drone roughly a little bit earlier than sunset, through sunset, possibly a little after. So the murders, if they occurred, I mean, what kind of margin of error do you want to put here? We could say 2:30, 3 o'clock, approximately 3 o'clock. So the search is about anywhere between 4 hours after the alleged murder took place, if they were killed and dumped at that site, as many people believe, in that time sequence. In which case it would only be a few hours in 40 plus temperatures, possibly 50 plus. But if we're going by the actual weather archive, we're talking 40 plus temperatures. At 6 p.m., it would have been 43-ish. by 7 p.m. 41. That's if that's accurate. Supposedly it could have been a bit warmer, anywhere between 5 to 15 degrees warmer than that, but it's all a moot point because let's do our calculations here. And actually, before we do the calculations, the FLIR dual thermal imager has a thermal measurement accuracy plus or minus 5 degrees Celsius or 5% of the reading. So it's fairly accurate. Fairly accurate. All right, so let's go into the science of forensics taphonomy. Algor mortis is the cooling of the body post-mortem, the result of cessation in thermoregulation. This is from ScienceDirect.com by Amy E. Rattenbury, Forensic Economics, 2018. So we're not looking at stuff from like a century ago, even though that stuff is still relatively accurate if you look at older textbooks. As body temperature is controlled by the hypothalamus, this homeostatic feature can no longer be maintained after death. Thus, the body temp will begin to change toward the ambient temperature of the room or surroundings in which the remains are found. So that temperature is between 40 and 50 something degrees. But let's go on the low end, so let's say it's closer to 40. Again, this is not 0 or below 0 temperatures where the cooling would occur much faster, but that might all be a moot point anyway because we're going to be looking at the percent error here. This occurs through radiation, convection, conduction, and if the subject is wet, evaporation. Most commonly, the body temperature decreases, although in more extreme cases, an increase in cadaver temperature may result. Consequently, temperature change can play a particularly important role in establishing PMI, which in turn helps to reconstruct the chronology and circumstances surrounding death. Although a generally accepted principle is that body temperatures decrease by an average of 1 degree Celsius per hour. Okay, so it would only be 3 degrees, approximately 3 degrees Celsius cooler after approximately 3 hours. But research findings suggest that this process can be delayed by up to 3 hours in the initial post-mortem period. So the error runs only one direction in terms of generally average conditions. So again, we're not talking about in the Arctic or in the Antarctic with sub-zero temperatures. We're talking approximately 40 to 50 degrees, but even if we take the low end, 40, that's still above zero. That's still above freezing. And we're talking about possible delays. Now, in certain cases, the bodies can also warm, but let's take that out of the equation. And let's also take the delay out of the equation because if they were in the water is probably pretty cold. So let's take that 3 hour delay out, and we're talking up to 3 hours from point of death. So other sources have the body cooling at 1.5 degrees per hour in Celsius, which, again, depending on if they were wet in cold water, they could theoretically lose heat a little bit faster. So let's do the calculations here. So 37 degrees Celsius is 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the average body temperature, or at least how they do it in forensics. They start at 37. So 1 hour, after an hour, it would be 36, which is 96.8 degrees, or 35.5, which is 95.9 degrees. Clearly detectable. Now, after an hour, now let's say they were dead 2 hours. So that would either be 35, which is 95 degrees, or if we're doing 1.5 per hour, that would be 34, which is 93.2 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, clearly detectable by a thermal imaging camera, even if we take into account, I believe there's up to 5% error or so. So that would be within a couple degrees. No big deal. It would still pick it up. Now, for people that don't know, these radiometric thermal imaging, this is in shade. So, for example, if there was a fire going at the time, obviously the fire would be at a much higher temperature than a human body or a deer walking by. So the fire would, of course, either be pure white. I think everybody's seen those movies where people with thermal imaging goggles or infrared, if you look directly into a bright light, it'll cause pain because it's too bright. So it's in degrees of brightness is how these radiometric scans work. So obviously you also take into account distance. So he flew 200 feet and higher, so we're not talking miles and miles away. So these signals would be relatively strong. So if there was a fire, it would appear very obvious, and then it would be shades lower for different temperature readings. So for example, there's not a huge difference between 93 degrees Fahrenheit and 98.6. So at 200 feet, it would probably appear relatively similar, but it would still pick up. It would still pick up. So now let's go 3 hours. So that would be anywhere between 34 degrees Celsius, which is 93.2 Fahrenheit. And if we're doing 1.5 per hour, that would be 4.5 lost in a period of 3 hours. So that would be 32.5 degrees Celsius, which is 90.5 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's over 90 degrees. So even if we add a couple hours here, so it would still detect a relatively warm body. So no matter what, even if we add a lot of percent error here, even if we add a few more hours, I mean, we know the approximate time the drone flew, which was between 6 and 6:30 p.m. So it's kind of almost irrelevant whether you want to say they got murdered an hour earlier or an hour later, or even we could say 2 hours. We could even say if the Snapchat is fake and all that, what if they got killed earlier? They would still have a detectable temperature from a thermal imaging scan because it wouldn't drop that fast. So mathematically, it's an impossibility unless you want to say that the bodies were buried maybe, or there was something blocking the frequency from appearing on the thermal imaging camera. So what could that be? It could be lead. I mean, how many different things can you block this radiometric reading with? There's not that many things. The body would either have to be buried, or do you want to allege that they were in the water completely submerged, and then what? For how long? And then moved there after the body temperature dropped significantly? So even if the water temperature is, let's say, in the 20s, how fast would that accelerate the body cooling? It would obviously accelerate it. Even if we say it's twice as fast, that would theoretically still produce a reading with an air temperature of approximately 40 degrees, unless you want to say that they were held underwater somehow for a long period of time, then magically moved to the spot they were found. I mean, it's very difficult to account for how they could have lost heat that fast, or if they were covered by some kind of lead or some kind of material blocking the scan. Or do you want to really default to, well, this particular thermal camera was malfunctioning and for whatever reason could not detect anything lower than the average human temperature, which also seems highly unlikely. I mean, I don't know if we know if this was the very first time he was using this camera, but it seems like on a search and rescue, it would seem like he has to have some kind of an experience here, and that this was actually tested. And from all accounts, it seems like it's working. He's picking up humans and deer, so it doesn't seem like it's not working. So everything points in the direction of it working perfectly fine, and everything within the thresholds for normal errors, which would pick them up. Even if they were murdered earlier than what's alleged, it would still pick up the signature. Now, if that weren't enough for everyone, we have even more evidence. We have, again, this Matt Sullivan guy compiled a list here of many individuals who searched the exact area. Now, I don't know if they stepped foot exactly where the bodies were found, but within dozens of feet or so, these areas were searched. So a couple of interesting comments here from Facebook and scanners and testimonies. So supposedly Kelsey German is afraid of the dark. So she stated in an interview that she searched when it was still light out, then went back to work, then went to the police station, then went home and went to bed at 10 p.m. Which is a little strange too. Would you just go to bed at 10 p.m. if your sister is missing? I mean, I don't know. Again, there's a lot of people that are focusing on Kelsey German. For whatever reason, I mean, I haven't seen enough to convince me that she's actively involved in some kind of weird, bizarre cover-up. To me, I think this could all be explained as just teenage absent-mindedness and emotional stress and all of these things, maybe even false hope, or maybe not even necessarily false. What if she had turned up the next day and everything was fine and they had, I mean, obviously it was from all accounts, it was out of character for them to pull pranks or do anything of this nature that would cause this level of stress in the family. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that they experimented with drugs or alcohol or something, they went to party somewhere and they came back the next day, Kelsey German would not look that suspicious going to bed at 10 o'clock. And then also people respond to stress completely differently. For some people, it zaps all their energy, and maybe not necessarily they sleep, but they more or less pass out or just lay down for long periods of time. Whereas, of course, other people are so stressed out they can't lay down. They have to pace or surge or do something. They have to move and do something because that's the way they respond to stress. So again, I don't read too much into that. On the other hand, I have not investigated as much as other people. I haven't dissected each and every statement she has ever made on every single interview. It's very possible maybe she might be involved in some kind of illicit drug activity as well. That has nothing to do with her sister going missing, and that can come off a little strange to people. But anyway, she basically stated that she didn't search at night because she was afraid of the dark. So other testimonies, a Williams family member, another friend family member said the search was called off at a particular point. Then they stated the girls were found the next day where we already searched. Now, you want to call these people liars, or you want to say their social media got hacked, or you want to say someone used their social media to make false statements. I mean, I'm not discounting these possibilities, but what's the point of faking that at the time it's going on? Because this information is coming out already there. So at the time this is all unfolding. So again, you can call all these people liars, that's fine, but I'm just simply reporting the information alleged here, that the girls were found the next day where we already searched. So these are friends and family members making these statements. Brad German and his dog started to cross the creek and were stopped by a volunteer firefighter, was told not to cross the creek. It was already searched. So this is kind of curious because I am not sure this volunteer firefighter was ever identified. Again, anybody who knows this information in the comments, or was this someone posing as a volunteer firefighter, or maybe they really were. What is the reason to block Brad German and his dog and other individuals from searching the area that the bodies were found by being told it was already searched? So there's two things there. One, it could be nefarious, where they're either setting up a staging for later, or who knows, but they're lying and telling these people not to search there. Or if it honestly was searched, was this individual just saying, it's already been searched, let's search somewhere else? But from the language here, was stopped by a volunteer firefighter. Now, was told, so how was this done? Was this done violently? Was this done coercively, like they weren't being allowed to search there? Or was this a friendly suggestion? Oh, we already searched this. So it's unclear, although just from the context here, was told, was stopped. I don't know. It seems like, again, Brad German could elaborate on this. I'm not sure if he has, but other individuals were told the same by this volunteer firefighter. So at 11:45 p.m., the search was called off just before midnight. Family members continued to scour the area searching for Libby and Abby. At this point in time, Sheriff Leesenby said they had no reason to believe the girls were in imminent danger and the crews would resume their search in the morning. Now, if there is some kind of nefarious cover-up, if this area is being prepared to be staged and they don't want anybody searching in that area, is that how you would go about it? I don't know. I don't pretend to have this information. A lot of these commenters online say, well, what would be the reason to stage this or stage that? I don't get it, therefore it couldn't have happened. I mean, how silly can you get? I mean, what's the reason to kill people? It's just so messed up. I don't get it. I would never do it, but that doesn't mean that other people don't do it. So this kind of silliness is why a lot of these cases remain unsolved. We're not going to fall for that here on MINDSHOCK. Now, Leesenby, of course, controversial decision to call off the search. I mean, this is silly nonsense. Even if foul play is not suspected, and I mean, why would it be suspected? But if these are teenage girls lost in the woods with plummeting temperatures, they might have been injured. Somebody could have fallen down some kind of a hill or tripped over something. There could be an injury involved. They could be lost. Who knows? There could be some kind of medical issue, medical condition. Somebody could have passed out. I mean, we really don't know the situation or what anybody was thinking, but it's insane that the search was called off and the official search was called off and there were certain excuses given, liability of difficult terrain to cover. Of course, not all of the terrain is difficult. Some of it is relatively flat. If the girls were searching, got lost, if the girls wandered around, got lost, let's say theoretically you were thinking they were on drugs, they don't know where they were. They could be found wandering a trail later. So they didn't necessarily have to be off the trails deep in the wilderness somewhere. But again, supposedly a lot of people, including police officers, still volunteered their time and searched throughout most of the night. And of course, we don't have a lot of information on those dark hours. If you haven't checked out the previous episodes, in episode 4, I go over the dark hours and the window of time that was available for someone to stage the bodies if they were staged. Now, another issue I'm going to be getting into in the next episodes, of course, are the law enforcement bizarreness. So, is Leesenby not a Keystone Cop? Is all of this on purpose from having a volunteer firefighter seal off the potential area where the bodies could be found if they were there or they would be later staged to reroute people away from the area, to calling off the search with all these weird excuses that were demonstrably false, like the girls were probably just at a friend's house. They called everybody they knew, so this was clearly not the case. But then also, mysteriously, there were no dogs available in the entire state of Indiana, and they had to call in dogs from Illinois. Whew, okay. All right, so that's bizarre. So it would take somewhere around 12 hours from the dogs from Illinois to come to assist in the search. Again, is this a Keystone Cop situation? Or is there intentional stalling and obfuscation involving weird, corrupt law enforcement and or other individuals that are kind of trying to figure out what to do to cover up certain tracks? And that's something we'll be examining further in the next episode. But this was just a quick look at the science of thermal imaging and how quickly bodies lose temperature. And again, the testimony of individuals who either searched the area where the bodies were eventually found or were told, other individuals who were told not to search the area because it had already been searched, and that's where the bodies turned up. And then why are certain individuals online so allergic to the use of basic logic and reason in discerning what is going on with this staged scene? This staged murder scene where, by all accounts, even if we take the mathematics and science of thermal imaging, drones, and body temperature dissipation out of the picture, just the sheer number of individuals, the colorful clothing, the line of sight issues from people searching, again, captured on drone camera, searching in the river and along the bank on both sides. Would they not have line of sight on? And again, it's not just the bodies. It's these colorful pieces of clothing that were found the next day, but were not found even during daylight hours during the search. Some people like to pretend the search only took place after sunset. That is obviously not true. The search was going on for a decent period of time before, during, and after sunset, including the drone camera flying from before sunset, during, and after sunset, that entire time. So you don't even need the thermal imaging. You can see that these individuals are there searching. You can see that. So just as, again, we're talking basic logic and reason here. How could the bodies have not been found in the winter with barren trees, and the exact spot where they were found was supposedly a relatively flat clearing with even more thinning trees than in other areas. So it would have been easier to spot them there than, for example, in other more dense areas. This all needs to be kept in mind when objectively, logically, and neutrally looking at this case. And when we're examining, again, the case is as of yet unsolved, so we have to examine every avenue, including possible law enforcement complicity. Because again, at this point, we have to examine every theory. What accounts for all these variables? Now, of course, the authority-worshipping cultists who believe that law enforcement can never, ever be complicit in any crime or cover-up, clearly they have not been paying attention. With every passing year, more and more law enforcement conspiracies are uncovered, and any logical individual not hopelessly indoctrinated into this cult of authority worship has to question, if there are this many law enforcement conspiracies being uncovered, how many are not being uncovered? And is the Delphi case one of them? Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of MINDSHOCK True Crime in the Delphi case series. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If that's still not working, you could just go to youtube.com/MindShock to manually peruse our ever-growing back catalog and also check when the latest podcast episodes are released. Keep awareness and the pressure up in this case, so hit that like button, share this podcast across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, just leave them in the comment section. And again, I ask, please, 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 have at least a basic children's level comprehension of the English language if you are going to do so, in the interest of saving time. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. You are listening to the Delphi case series. This is episode 7, Thermal Imaging. And there was a lot of response on the previous episode 6, Staged, going over the staged crime scene. A lot of people got triggered again. It's kind of interesting how some people do not seem to be objectively and neutrally pushing for the truth, because it seems weird to deny the obvious staging from multiple reference points. Now, maybe they're all wrong, but it seems weird to religiously cling to rumored accounts and vague law enforcement statements that are ever-changing and conflicting in order to just, for whatever reason, stay married to the narrative that the girls were killed a short time after the Snapchat was taken and their bodies were not moved, because the case is still unsolved. So if it really were that simple, it does seem they would have been found during the search, and this would be a lot easier to solve. Now, there's a bunch of different variables on why it's still unsolved. We go over them in detail on MindShock in a comprehensive and logical fashion, not falling for all these logical fallacies that all these other true crime podcasts fall for in biased fashions. Because we don't know what the truth is. The motto of MindShock here is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. As always, if you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support the channel. Help us get more mind-shocking episodes out in multiple true crime cases and cold cases, and keep awareness up and pressure up. That is how these cases will get solved. Like this podcast, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast, depending on your tier. And I also will probably be releasing certain episodes only on the Patreon, the ones that take many, many hours of work. I mean, they all do, but some of these podcasts coming up in a few different cases will be very, very extensive and exhaustive, even more so than the episodes thus far. Also, make sure you're subscribed to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If that's still not working, you just go to youtube.com/MindShock to manually check when the latest episodes are released and peruse our ever-growing back catalog. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. So, speaking of which, we have a lot of comments from people who don't know how the thermal imaging works, particularly when mounted on a drone. So these FLIR cameras, F-L-I-R cameras, are actually very, very powerful. There's a reason they're used for not just search and rescue, but if someone had an accident and died, obviously their body heat would still be picked up for a certain period of time, possibly even days later, which is why we'll be getting into those details. But before we dive into all of that, another aspect of why the search could have been called off. So obviously Sheriff Leesenby got a lot of flack for this. Is there a method to the madness? Because all of these excuses he came up with, oh, the girls are probably just at somebody's house or whatever. They could have been lost. The temperatures are plummeting. There's no reason to call off a search in these kinds of conditions. It's just, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever, especially they had been searching for a certain period of hours when it was already dark, after dark. So sunset around 6:30 that day. So they were searching for many, many hours in the dark, in the cold. So to say that, oh, it's dark and cold and the terrain is rough, it's already been that way for several hours of searching already. So none of these excuses add up on the side of Leesenby. However, this is MindShock, so let's explore one other angle before we dive into the technical science of thermal imaging and such. What if someone told Leesenby something? Now, it's been long speculated that there is some police corruption, or in some capacity. So, not necessarily that a police officer committed this crime, but if it's somebody associated with a police officer involved in some kind of drug trafficking or corruption of some kind, obviously we don't know. It'd be silly to assume. Again, this is MindShock. I am not alleging any of this is true or untrue, because how would I know? We're just exploring different theories, examining all available evidence with multiple points of reference, as many as possible, and then theorizing based on that. Again, because the case is still unsolved. If it was that easy, it would be solved. So, if this was some kind of orchestrated or coordinated plot for whatever reason, there have been unsubstantiated rumors that one or both of the girls had something to do with some kind of tip-off to police. They were supposed to go to the police or go make a statement at the police station for something. Now, this is an unsubstantiated, uncorroborated rumor. So I guess it could have just been made up online, or made up by someone local, or someone local who actually knew, and this rumor is true. Of course, we don't know which one of these options this is. So if this was a targeted crime as opposed to a random crime of opportunity, that changes a lot. And that could also explain a lot of things. Now, if it's connected to Leesenby and possibly law enforcement, that would explain a lot more things, like perhaps intentionally putting out a sketch that's generic or maybe looks like somebody that they wanted attention to be put towards that they knew was not the perpetrator, in order to muddle the investigation on purpose. Now, if that's true, does that explain a lot of the problems with the case? Because there are a lot of problems with the case. That's undeniable. Regardless whether you're a coincidence theorist or a conspiracy theorist, or you're just a fence sitter observing all the information as neutrally as possible, there's a lot of problems. That's undeniable. If Leesenby was either in contact with or part of this plot, perhaps one of his superiors, or perhaps, I don't know. Somebody not necessarily superior in terms of chain of command, but maybe involved in the conspiracy, one of the string pullers, if they told Leesenby, okay, they have the girls, they're secure somewhere, other than to keep up the facade and the charade, what would be the reason to terminate the search? Now, if he's, let's say, reluctant to be part of the conspiracy, or he didn't know about the conspiracy initially, and he becomes panicked or whatnot, again, not all crimes are perfect. Not all crimes go off without a hitch. A lot of coincidence theorists or these illogical true crime followers online, they think that if a conspiracy theory or some kind of conspiracy plot, it either has to have gone off without a hitch, or that means there was never a conspiracy in the first place. I mean, you can't get any sillier than that, but you see that in all of these true crime cases. These people, these cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists who can never believe that there could be any kind of conspiracy or law enforcement involvement or just multiple individuals involved, for whatever reason, they fall for all these black and white fallacies or false dichotomies where a proposed conspiracy theory, if it's true, it had to have gone off without a hitch. If there's a hitch anywhere, that means it couldn't have even been true in the first place. There could have been no attempt at it. You can't get any sillier than this, but again, this is why MINDSHOCK exists, to point all that out. So if Leesenby, for whatever reason, he was informed that either the deed was done or that the girls were being held somewhere, perhaps, for whatever reason, is it possible he got certain information that caused him to call off the search because there was no reason to continue searching? And again, obviously this is all theories on top of theories. I'm not alleging any of this is true or untrue. There's so many triggered goofs out there, they think that theorizing means I'm saying this is definitely true and it happened. I'm going over multiple different scenarios, many of which are mutually exclusive. Since the case is unsolved, we don't know which it is. So if it's A, that means it's not B. If it's B, that means it's not C. Now, there could be overlap in some as well. But just to make that clear, because there's so many commentators who seem to not even pay basic attention to what I'm saying, and they think I'm saying something else, and then they get all triggered and end up wasting everybody's time in the comments. So let's try to stay focused here, because again, the case is unsolved. What's the goal here? The goal is to keep awareness up and to not rule out any theories, because ruling out theories is what keeps cases unsolved. So in all these other cold cases, the ones that eventually end up being solved, a certain percentage, again, I'm not pretending to know which case is which, but in a certain percentage, it's because things were either overlooked or ruled out early when they shouldn't have. Assumptions were made early on, like maybe somebody was killed right away instead of taken somewhere else, killed, and then brought back. So regardless of what the real truth is, we don't know it, which means all we can do is theorize. So if there was a plot to bring the bodies back for whatever reason, maybe the original plan was to make it look like they fell down the hill and had some kind of accident. I mean, that bridge is dangerous. If somebody knew they were going up to the bridge, I mean, would it really be, if let's say an accident was faked or orchestrated, and somebody fell off that bridge, look at the videos of that bridge. I mean, that is one of the sketchiest open to the public park bridges I have ever seen. If, for whatever reason, now let's say there was no murder, if they had accidentally fallen to their deaths, would that be the most unrealistic thing in the world? It'd be absolutely tragic. But I don't think people would be that surprised. So is it out of the realm of possibility that there was some kind of a plot to fake an accident at the bridge for someone who knew they were going to the bridge? It doesn't seem that unlikely if this is a targeted crime. Again, that's a big if. Before all these triggered goofballs go crazy, there's an if at the beginning of this. If that was the plan, and then the plan went wrong for whatever reason, the girls started filming, maybe they saw them filming. Maybe that tripped them up, the perpetrators, the 1, 2, 3, possibly 4 perpetrators. I mean, I don't know. How do we know? So one or multiple perpetrators, maybe they did realize they were being filmed. Or not necessarily specifically, again, if the girls were faking taking selfies or whatever, or maybe they weren't. Maybe they really, who knows what the situation was. Maybe they really were taking selfies. The guy was in the background regardless of whether or not they had a prior encounter with him. Of course, there were rumors or just random statements made that supposedly the girls were making fun of a guy and he snapped and killed them. That was one of the rumored theories. I don't know how likely or unlikely that is. But regardless, in this theory, if there was some kind of a plan, if this was a targeted crime, if one or both girls were targeted, is it possible there was some kind of an attempt to make this all look like an accident? Because wouldn't that be a lot easier than what happened? Now, if this plot went wrong, if it went wrong and they got off the bridge, or who knows what was happening. If they were filming, it was going to the cloud. We don't have the audio. Maybe they were telling him this is all up in the cloud now, and now he's pissed. So if the guy is crazy, whatever, if this is a hired crime, perhaps this is an out-of-state guy who doesn't care if he's on video. Perhaps he doesn't think he'll be caught, whatever reason. If he's some kind of psycho, a lot of psychos have some narcissistic issues. They think they're smarter than everybody else. They think they'll never be caught. Whatever the case may be, for whatever reason, he might have still gone through with the crime. Maybe he was paid a lot of money, or maybe his family was threatened. Again, we don't know the situation. That could be a more powerful motivator than money. So whatever the reason, something went wrong, and they couldn't, because if he really wanted to kill them as quickly as possible, wouldn't he just push them off the bridge? And then now, as far as people theorizing this was a sex crime of intention, and the murders happened later, possibly not intended, possibly because the girls fought back harder than the perpetrator thought they would. Or again, when we're dealing with possibly insane individuals, they're not going to think like a regular person, or even a regular person in an extremely volatile emotional situation. Even if he's like a sick individual, obviously a normal individual would not be going around assaulting people, let alone minors. Whatever, something snapped, something went wrong, and that's what happened. But either way, if this was a targeted crime and it got messed up, and possibly with law enforcement complicity or corruption involved, does that explain the mess that ensued? And if Leesenby is involved, if he was told to call off the search, or possibly not told to call off the search, but if these girls were killed in a barn as rumored initially on, again, we don't have no way of knowing if these rumors are true or not. Law enforcement apparently made statements that it wasn't true. Now, again, they may or may not have done that because they knew it was true, they knew it wasn't true, or they possibly couldn't rule it out, but they didn't want people speculating, and it'd just be simpler to not deal with that whole situation with the barn. I mean, again, it could be any one of many variables. But it's strange how people take on blind faith as gospel, whatever statements are put out, as if police can't be fallible or corrupt. All humans are fallible, some humans are corrupt. These are just the facts of life, despite what these cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists believe. So, yeah, I just wanted to address that. If someone told Leesenby that they were taken care of or something, then he called off the search for whatever reason, and maybe there was a plan to restage the scene there afterwards, and maybe that plan went wrong. Again, we don't know. So let's move on to the thermal imaging, because there was a lot of people commenting, would the bodies be visible under a tarp, and things of that nature. And if it's just thin plastic, of course they would, but I will go to a release here from FLIR themselves. This was October 4th, 2019. Can thermal imaging see through walls, and other common questions? This is right on their website with photos and images, so you can clearly see exactly how it works in different situations. This can obviously be applied to other cases as well. Popular media has been responsible for a wealth of misinformation through the years about thermal or infrared imaging. What exactly can thermal cameras see through? To answer that, here's a rundown of the most commonly asked questions we receive about what you can and can't see through using a thermal camera. Knowledgeable individuals might point out that thermal cameras don't see anything. They detect heat and then assign colors based on the range of temperatures detected by the sensor. However, we'll use it as a shorthand in this article, and I did go over that in previous episodes. Can thermal imaging see through walls? No, thermal imaging cannot see through walls, at least not like in the movies. Walls are generally thick enough and insulated enough to block any infrared radiation from the other side. If you point a thermal camera at a wall, it will detect heat from the wall, not what's behind it. However, if something inside the wall causes enough of a temperature difference, a thermal imager will be able to sense it on the surface of the wall. Building maintenance professionals often use thermal imagers to detect issues like water leaks or missing insulation without needing to tear down walls to assess the problem. Studs inside the wall are colder than the insulation, causing a temperature difference on the surface of the wall. And just a quick aside here, the reading from a dead body might not be as powerful as from a live body, of course, because the temperature has begun to descend. But again, in the nature of specifically the Delphi case, if they were killed within anywhere between 1 to 3 hours, which is the alleged theory, obviously there wouldn't be that much of a difference unless they were kept in the water for a long period of time. And even then, again, based on the temperature of the water, they would still most likely be detected to a certain extent at the time that the drone flew, which was shortly before and after sunset. So this was all going on shortly before and after 6 to 6:30 p.m. Can thermal imaging see through smoke? Yes, thermal imaging can detect heat through smoke and are widely used by firefighters for this purpose. Soot particles in smoke effectively block visible light but allow infrared radiation to pass through, letting firefighters or other first responders navigate through smoke-filled environments. The person in the doorway is concealed by smoke in the visible light spectrum, but easily detected by thermal imaging. Can thermal imaging see through fog? Fog and rain have the potential to severely limit the range of a thermal camera due to the scattering of radiation off water droplets. However, in many circumstances, thermal cameras can penetrate fog much more successfully than visible light cameras or the human eye. This is one reason why car manufacturers are incorporating thermal imagers into the sensor suits of autonomous vehicles. Under certain circumstances, thermal imaging can detect objects through fog much more clearly than visible light detectors. Can thermal imaging see through glass? Fun fact, glass acts like a mirror for infrared radiation. If you point a thermal imager at a window, you won't see anything on the other side of the glass, but you will get a nice reflection of yourself in thermal. This is because glass is a highly reflective material, meaning it shows the reflected temperatures of objects rather than letting infrared radiation be transmitted through. The same principle applies to other reflected materials like polished metal. So that's an interesting point. So again, if they were covered by glass panes, then they would not show up. So, or polished metal that was reflective. Now, the official story is they were covered with some branches and leaves, which of course wouldn't do much unless they were completely buried a certain depth, which is not what is being reported. Therefore, again, they would have showed up on the thermal imaging on the drone. Can thermal imaging see through concrete? No. The answer to this question is basically the same as the question for walls. No, but a thermal camera might be able to detect something inside the concrete, like a pipe or radiant heating that causes a temperature difference on the surface of the concrete. Can thermal imaging see through metal? Metal can be a tricky material in the thermography world. Shiny metal, any object that is smooth or polished, will reflect infrared radiation, acting as an infrared mirror just like glass. This can cause difficulties for anyone trying to monitor pipes for machinery or overheating parts. Oxidized metal or metal that has been painted with a matte material is much easier to measure accurately. In all cases, thermal cameras can never see through metal objects, but conductive metals might reveal hot spots, cold spots, or the level of a substance inside a metal container. Again, we do not have any information in the Delphi case stating that they were covered by any kind of metal sheetings or metal sheeting or anything like that. Can thermal imaging see through trees? Okay, now we're getting to relevant information here. A thermal camera can't detect through the trunk of a tree, but thermal can help with spotting people or animals in forested areas. Search and rescue teams often employ thermal imaging to spot heat signatures when searching through large tracts of wilderness. Thermal imaging cannot see through trees or wood, but it can be helpful for spotting people in forested areas where their heat signatures stand out much more than a visible image might. So again, through these examples, even in this example, you can see that these heat signatures are clearly visible even with tree branches in the way. So if someone is propped up against the trunk of a large tree and the thermal imaging camera is not a drone, or it only looks from one side, it cannot see through the trunk. However, a thermal imaging camera on a drone flying overhead from multiple directions, multiple angles, there's really no situation, particularly in the wintertime, in which it wouldn't be able to spot the bodies. Can thermal imaging see through plastic? A fun party trick to perform with a thermal camera is to hold up a thin, opaque sheet of plastic, like a garbage bag, in front of a warm object or a person. Infrared radiation will pass through the plastic, allowing the thermal camera to detect whatever is behind it, while visible light will be blocked. However, this trick only works with very thin plastic. Thicker plastics will block infrared radiation, and I believe I went over that on the previous podcast as well. If not, I answered that in comments. So visible light mostly blocked by plastic, infrared is transmitted, and so you'd have to use either multiple tarps or really, really super thick tarps to not have any kind of thermal go through. Again, in this case, it is not alleged that they were covered by any kind of tarp, just branches and leaves. Can thermal imaging see in the dark? Final bonus question. The answer is yes. Thermal imaging is not affected by darkness at all, requiring no visible light to visualize heat. And again, even if there was a diminishment, which there isn't, the drone was flown before and after sunset. So it was flown both with and without natural light. So that addresses the mechanics of the camera flying on a drone, for those that were wondering, or those that, I mean, there's even people thinking that it wouldn't pick up bodies because of leaves. I mean, there's a reason these cameras are, these cameras are used by search and rescue teams, because they work. Now, moving on to the issue of how fast the body would lose heat and whether or not it would be detected by the camera. So people mentioned that these temperature readings refer to the core temperature of the body. That is obvious. I mean, nobody is alleging that some kind of drone would detect pinkies or, somebody's pinky toe or pinky on their hand. Obviously, the extremities would lose heat a lot faster than the core. Either way, the core of a human is still a relatively large size. We're not talking about, maybe a toddler or a baby. They, obviously, it's gruesome to even think about, but if they died, the thermal imaging camera might not detect them as well based on their size. Because deer are easily spotted, so you have even small deer. I don't know about an absolute that are alive. So in a case where a human would be extremely small, like in the case of a baby, perhaps there'd be more of an argument there, because Again, if it was somehow obscured more by tree trunks, depending on where it was, and if who knows, the situation would be different in that situation. But we have here basically teenagers who are not, the size of infants. They're bigger than deer, so that wouldn't be an issue. I will also go to the fact that thermal imaging can actually detect bodies even after a day and possibly multiple days. And this is a study, detection of cadaveric remains by thermal imaging cameras by Angel M. Demarias, and this was published in the scientific journal Forensic Pathology and Legal Medicine. So this is a peer-reviewed study published in a peer-reviewed scientific journal for people who care about those credentialed studies. This study was conducted to determine whether thermal imaging could be useful in locating human remains. Cadavers of 7 Suscrofa domesticus were used during the autumn season in a wooded area of southern New England. So these are animals much smaller than humans. Temperatures of the cadaver's core and external insect larval mass and ambient air were taken twice daily. Thermal imaging was performed once weekly. The control subject was saturated with insect repellent to differentiate decompositional temperature fluctuations from insect larval temperature fluctuations. A significant temperature difference was found between larval masses and environmental temperatures. TI was successful in detecting thermal emissions from all insect larval masses and differentiating the remains from the surrounding environment. So that's quite curious. So thermal imaging can even detect differences between insects in a body and the body, which is crazy. And this was actually, as far as dates go, Journal of Forensic Identification. It was received January 5th, 2015, accepted March 31st, 2014. So this is a number of years ago, so obviously technology has moved forward. So this was, in the Delphi murders occurring in 2017, years later, and I'm sure in this study in 2014, they were probably using relatively cutting edge thermal. I'm assuming, maybe not. Maybe they were using older cameras, but regardless, it was several years. So 3 years or so, technology moves forward, Moore's Law. So if this could have been detected easily in 2014, I'm sure the cameras being used in 2017 were equally or possibly more advanced. Introduction. The search of terrain to locate individuals who have been reported missing is a difficult one. In particular, when the search advances to the body recovery phase, tools to detect decomposing remains are limited. The first phase of a search and rescue mission typically spans the initial 2 to 3 days after a person has been missing and is believed to still be alive. Typically, the use of thermal imaging cameras is suspended at the end of the first phase of a search and rescue mission because after death, the body begins cooling, algor mortis, until it is at or below ambient temperatures and therefore is no longer detectable by TI. What is not commonly realized is that other factors are closely associated with the decomposition process in the body, such as anaerobic bacteria within the digestive system and insect activity on and within the body generate heat that can be detected by TI. Thermal imaging uses thermal emissions that incorporate the temperature of the target, the wavelength of the infrared light reflected off the target, and the radioactive properties of the target. Thermal imaging devices involve the collection, recording, and displaying of certain wavelengths of light from material. Thermal imaging, also known as infrared imaging, shows the thermal patterns emitted from the objects without requiring visual light. Historically, TI was created to assist military personnel in combat situations by enabling them to detect the heat signatures of individuals at night. Law enforcement, Forestry personnel and Border Patrol have also used this technology as an aid in searching large territories at night by air for individuals on the ground. Handheld TI cameras are durable enough to function in adverse conditions and are capable of detecting slight temperature differences. They provide the user with an image illustrating slight temperature differences. Literature indicates that depending on the length of time, heat signatures of buried cadaveric remains can be detected by infrared thermography and infrared aerial photography. However, few studies have been conducted to systematically investigate the intensity and duration of the heat signatures from the cadaver or the maggot mass if present, and whether this information could be detected by TI for locating human remains. Entomological studies suggest that insect larval mass temperatures can exceed ambient temperatures by 9 to 36 degrees Fahrenheit depending on the season. However, the use of this temperature difference as a detector source has gone virtually unstudied. TI technologies can detect temperature variations to within 0.4 degrees Fahrenheit. Using this as a limit, the study investigated whether the temperature of insect larval masses, which are typically found on decomposing carcasses, changed predictably, and whether the temperature of the maggot mass could be detected by TI regardless of the core and external body temperature of the cadaveric remains. The decomposition stages discussed by Payne were used to facilitate comparisons with other studies to identify timeframes for TI use. The decomposition stages were fresh stage, beginning at the time of death, bloat stage, active decay stage, started when there was a penetration of the skin by insect larvae. Advanced decay stage started when most of the flesh had been removed from the carcass and the odors of decay began to fade. And the dry stage started when there was only dry skin, cartilage, and bones remaining and insects were still present. And the remains stage, beginning with the absence of all carrion feeding insects. The reduction in body temperature that takes place immediately after death is termed algor mortis, cooling of the body. During this cooling process, the body temperature changes from a normal internal temperature, 96 to 101 degrees Fahrenheit, to the surrounding environmental temperature at a rate of approximately 1.5 degrees Fahrenheit per hour. And depending on which study, it's between 1 and 1.5. But in the previous episode, I also used 1.5. Accompanying processes of autolysis and putrefaction span from fresh through advanced decay stages. By themselves, they cause a minimal rise in post-mortem temperature. Interesting. A rise in post-mortem body temperatures, approximately 0.9 degrees Fahrenheit, an effect of the overgrowth of bacteria found within the digestive tract of the carrion. Insect larvae that feed on carrion also increase the rate of putrefaction by creating openings in the skin, which allow exogenous aerobic bacteria to enter the body by secreting proteolytic enzymes, which aid in tissue destruction. Insect larval masses not only advance decomposition through the different stages more rapidly than a body devoid of insects, but also generate heat at an increasing rate that is reflective of the larval mass and carrion size. There have been numerous studies involving insect succession that occurs on decomposing remains. Typically, there are two primary insect orders, flies and beetles, that are most noted in association with cadaveric remains. Blowflies typically arrive first on a body, usually within minutes of death or exposure. Flies tend to feed on the cadaver and lay eggs, typically within the eyes and orifices. They will also lay eggs in the area of trauma, open wounds, because of the nutrients found in the blood. With an ambient temperature of 70 degrees Fahrenheit, fly eggs will hatch within 23 hours, and the larvae typically go through 3 instars, stages of growth, consuming the carcass by scraping the flesh with their paired mouth hooks. The first instar lasts approximately 27 hours, the second approximately 22 hours, and the third instar is approximately 130 hours in length. After the completion of the third instar, the larvae migrate away from the body and pupate for 143 hours, emerging as an adult fly. Whereas flies are the first to arrive at a carcass, beetles of various genera are the last to leave the body. Primarily predaceous, the beetles feed on the fly larvae. Some insects that are attracted to carrion and primarily prey on the other insects are wasps, ants, and spiders. They are typically transient and appear at the carcass after it has been well colonized by other insects. What is known about cadaver heat signatures after death is that there is an initial drop in body temperature to match that of the environment. Insect activity can then be associated with a rise in temperature. In the search for deceased individuals, the TI would not pick up the body itself, but rather the insect masses associated with it. This is days after, or however many hours after. Materials and methods, field conditions. This study was conducted at the Boston University Forensic Science Field Station in Holliston, Massachusetts between September 29th and November 3rd, 2010. Okay, so it was actually 4 years prior to the study being published. So this is 7 years before the Delphi murders. On a site consisting of large overhanging deciduous trees with areas of moss and brown-black rocky soil, 7 sites were chosen 13 feet apart. The area was partially cleared of small scrub prior to the experiment, creating areas of direct sun for 4 animals. For the majority of the day, the other 3 sites experienced equal amounts of sun and shade at different periods throughout the day. 7 domestic pigs were used in the study. The domestic pig was chosen for its relatively hairless body and omnivorous diet, giving it similar skin and digestive tract fauna to that of humans. This non-human model is widely accepted for human decomposition studies. The utilization of pigs that weigh approximately 48 to 77 pounds for decomposition studies provide an appropriate size model to reflect the size of the average human adult torso. The 7 pigs were young adults, 8 to 12 months of age, weighing 35 to 40 pounds. They were obtained from the Tufts University School of Veterinary Medicine and were euthanized by captive bolt, which is an accepted method for euthanasia of swine at Tufts University of Medicine, Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee, and Boston University's Laboratory Animal Science Center. They were placed in the experiment site within 2 hours of the time of death. They measured post-mortem between 1 foot 6 inches and 2 feet 11 inches from tip to snout to base of tail. Each pig was placed in a small canine cage measuring 24 by 18 by 19 inches. Each cage consisted of a single door with a sliding lock that allowed for access to the carcasses by researchers. The walls of the cage had openings 4 inches to 1.5 inches that allowed for full access to invertebrates, but limited large-scale animal scavenging. There was a removable inside divider that was placed on the bottom of the cage to allow for drainage of fluids and for the collection of larger osseous material within the cage. 6 pigs, subjects 1 through 6, were placed in the main clearing. The 7th pig was placed in an adjoining clearing separated from the others by a small group of approximately 15-foot deciduous trees. This provided shade to the carcass for most of the day. The 7th pig served as the control subject in this trial. Carcasses were observed twice daily, except for the final 7 days when the site was observed only once daily. All observations occurred at varying times of the day between 7 a.m. and 9:30 p.m. Photographs, mid-range and close-up, and temperature readings, ambient external body surface, core, and insect larval mass were made at each observation. Thermal imaging. Individual still photographs were taken using the Nikon Coolpix P90, with motion detection photography was taken using EasyWatch Pro Color with IR digital video cameras set about 3 feet above and approximately 5 feet away from the subjects, 1 through 6. TI was performed with a Scout's Eagle Imager at distances of 3 to 114 feet. Taken once weekly for the duration of the experiment, the thermal imager was a lightweight handheld device commonly used by firefighters. It can detect temperature differences to 1/10 of a degree, allowing the user to detect objects from more than 600 feet away, and has a battery life of 3 hours. Because the standard imagers used by fire departments are calibrated for detection hotspots, temperatures less than 200 degrees Fahrenheit are viewed in black and white. The lighter the object appears, the higher the temperature. It was imperative for this study to collect temperature data independently. The imaging results, photos as seen through the imager, of the test subjects compared to the ambient surroundings differed over time of day and the duration of the study. By using the temperature data and comparing it to the times of greatest imaging contrast, darker equals cooler, brighter equals warmer, the greatest temperature contrast, a time frame during decompositional stages, and times of day were derived. This difference can be evaluated by comparing images as seen with the naked eye and through the thermal imager. So the decay stage during fresh, the first day, able to view test subjects at greater than 89 feet, the greatest contrast in shaded areas. Interesting. So this was twice a day over the course of the first 24 hours. Interesting. And this is actually with bodies smaller than a human, of course. So they're approximately half their weight, less than half their weight. So that's interesting, is it not? That's the main point that needs to be taken into account. Now, it doesn't say whether they took it exactly 12 hours apart. They said twice a day. I don't know how scientific they were, but so if they took it first relatively they took it at the fresh state and then however many hours later. So if they're doing 2 per day, anywhere between, I guess, 6 and 20 hours later, they were still able to view the test subjects, which were smaller than humans. Now, in this table, the active decay was days 8 through 22, and on day 8, larval mass temperatures alone provided contrast from surrounding environments as evidence with a control. And this is more useful for other cases where bodies could be left in the woods. They would still be detected by thermal imaging. So they'd be detected fresh for the first however many hours, definitely a few hours, but possibly up to 24 hours. Again, depending on the external temperature, possibly up to 24 hours, and then maybe not for a couple days until the larval mass temperature, there was enough larvae there. Now, I don't know why. We'll continue with the study here to see what they did on day 2, 3, 4. But here it's saying on day 8, larval mass temperatures alone provided contrast. On day 15, larval temperatures surpass surrounding temperatures, creating contrast even in an open field. Day 22, as ambient temperatures begin to drop, larval mass travels inside the carcass. TI images the carcass as black, surrounded at least ventrally with white, the larval mass. Advanced decay, day 26, evening thermal imaging allows for the most contrast at a further distance. In the dry decay stage, day 31, at this stage, dry remains are virtually indiscernible from the surrounding environment, both visually and with TI enhancement. Okay, so the temperature measurements. So I'm going to skip through the main points here because it's quite a long study. So beginning on day 1, the fresh stage lasted 2 days with an ambient temperature of 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Insect eggs were noticed within a few hours of placement on all subjects except for the control, which had been liberally sprayed with insect repellent. On the second day, large egg masses were observed in the mouth, eyes, ears, folds of skin near the head wound. Bloat stage had varying times of onsets, day 1 to day 3. However, the majority of the subjects exhibited onset of bloat on day 3. By the conclusion of the experiment, day 36, the external 31 degrees Fahrenheit and core 29 degrees Fahrenheit temperatures were below freezing. Okay, so basically, there's not that much of a difference between the external and the core. And so they did this with ambient temperatures in the decay stage dipping into the low teens and single digits. So this was not just in a warm area. So this was done with quite low temperatures. So, okay. Another interesting point here, there would be a difference depending on how shaded the area was. So depending on time of death and whether the area was highlighted by the sun or not. But not a huge difference. And most of the studies, of course, the later stages with the larvae. But it's actually it's quite impressive. because you can clearly make out these pigs at a pretty good distance dozens of days later after they're already dead. I'll read the conclusion now. This investigation demonstrates that there are several factors that are involved in successfully utilizing TI devices to detect cadaveric remains. A basic knowledge of the equipment, size of the individual cadaveric remains, seasonal temperatures, and the rate of decomposition stages are all necessary in determining the optimal time frame for TI use. TI devices are heat sensitive, and although they are capable of working properly during the day, because they are such sensitive devices, they often image radiant heat in the surrounding areas. They are better used in the evening when the sun is not warming the surrounding environment. Although the outcome of missing person searches is focused on recovering individuals alive, returning an individual's body to his or her family is also a priority because it brings closure to the families and assists law enforcement in their investigation. This research is important because it extends the amount of time that a search and rescue mission would be successful in locating and recovering remains of the missing. If TI were employed throughout the search and rescue and into the recovery phase of the mission, as proven in the study, many more bodies may possibly be recovered. Once recovered, anthropologists can begin the process of identifying the individual and returning the missing to their families, providing them closure. By simply extending the application of this useful piece of equipment, the numbers of missing can be reduced. So, very important points there. So let's close this out with, unless the bodies were in the river for pretty much the entire time after their death until they were found, then they would have been found by the drone. Let's put it that way. And if they were in the river, wouldn't they have been seen? So these are all things to keep in mind. Hope you guys found another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast informative in the Delphi series. Plenty more to go over, of course. I know we have to touch more upon law enforcement issues. There's a lot of other theories out there involving multiple suspects and more information on vehicles, information on timelines, plenty more to go over. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal and help support the channel, help us get more mind-shocking podcasts out there at a faster frequency in a multitude of different cases and topics. If you like this podcast and you want to keep up awareness in the Delphi case, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. You are listening to the Delphi Case series. This is episode 9, The Wrong Hill. And we will be taking a look at certain assumptions that might have been made, that might be false, regarding which hill Abigail Williams and Liberty German were instructed to go down by whomever was instructing them to do so. If you haven't checked out the previous episodes, particularly the last one, the most likely theories, including the possibility that the individual that abducted them, either alone or with other individuals, was impersonating a police officer. And if handcuffing one or both of them would enable him control over two individuals. And this is something, not just in this case, but in a lot of unsolved cases, for whatever reason, certain people, it's really bizarre when it's actually true crime aficionados who just, for whatever reason, they just take on blind faith as gospel whatever was reported on their Idiot Box news channel of choice, as if law enforcement could not be mistaken, as if law enforcement would never make any deceptive statements for whatever reason, either to really try to catch the good guy and prevent false confessions, or because there is some type of police conspiracy. And for the cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists who are just worship authority and bootlick authority at every turn, obviously they've never studied the multitude of cases where a police officer was responsible for a crime, and not only was it all covered up with the department, but not necessarily intentionally. People follow orders. It's just that simple. For whatever reason, in some of these cases, there's just a lot of goofy people out there that prevent cases from being solved with this kind of religious fervor and being married to certain theories for no reason. If you're truly after the truth, you're going to be objective, logical, and neutral, and not fall for these logical fallacies, which is the whole point of the MINDSHOCK podcast, not falling for these fallacies and being objective, logical, and neutral. And of course, the motto of the podcast is, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal, help support the channel, help us get more episodes out, not only in these series, but in other series, other missing persons cases, and unsolved murders. Obviously, awareness is key in preventing some of these cases from leaving the public eye. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If that still doesn't work, you just go to youtube.com/MINDSHOCK to manually check for updates and peruse our ever-growing back catalog of various true crime cases, the paranormal, conspiracies, and anything and everything in between with an objective viewpoint. Not biased, not fallacious, unlike all these other podcasts. Make sure you hit the like button if you found this intellectually stimulating and you want to keep awareness up in this case, and you could share the podcast on social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. And I actually can't believe how many people out there just have trouble with basic English comprehension. But I am not alleging anything is true or untrue. That's the difference. I'm not pretending whatever was reported has to be true, and that there can never be any mistakes, unlike other people out there. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. The case is still unsolved, so we really don't know. And all we can do is theorize. If theorizing is not your thing, then this is probably not the podcast for you. This is a logical podcast for logical people. So let's get right to it. This was actually posted on the Delphi Murders subreddit. And there's a lot of true crime subreddits out there with some really astute individuals who constantly examine and re-examine previous assumptions made and what that means for the case as a whole. So here's the post here. The hill that Libby and Abby were told to go down is probably not where you think it is. Does the very steep hill immediately adjacent to the bridge look too risky for a killer to safely navigate while controlling two abducted girls? Unless, of course, he's impersonating a police officer. That opens that door, but we'll continue here. Does it seem odd that a killer who carefully planned his crime would risk failure by taking such a route? Does that path seem illogical for an organized killer to take? Of course it does. That's because it's the wrong hill. The theater ramp. The hill path that Bridge Guy directed the girls to go down actually begins about 40 yards beyond the south end of the bridge. It's located just to the left of the red barrier. The extra distance creates a slope that has an easy, walkable grade and allows for a safe walk to the driveway below and beyond. It's a path that is not covered with brush and used by local homeowners, ATV riders, and deer to traverse levels. It's a path that creates a direct and straight route to the shallow point of the creek and the site where the bodies were found. And this was a post created by a Giant Man 333, and he cites user Ozzy Duger. First brought my attention to the low slope path down the hill when he posted a description, photos, and videos on Reddit in late 2019. He called it a theater ramp, and he wondered aloud why it had gone largely unnoticed. And this opens up a whole lot of cans of worms, because there was, of course, that steep hill immediately beyond the bridge. That's where the disturbances were found. And I believe Kelsey German was the one who originally found that disturbance, but I believe other people saw it as well, as if someone were going down there. There were footprints, disturbances, and it seems bizarre that both of these options are not investigated exhaustively. And of course, we're now in 2021. The case is still unsolved. It's time to really go back to the drawing board, if the only reason being to definitively determine that some of these initial alleged facts or assumptions, as you will, are really legitimate. And whether they are or they're not, you just need to definitively examine it again just to make sure. Now, if you really want the truth, what's the harm in making sure? Of course, there's that old adage, trust but verify. On MINDSHOCK, I have a different one, distrust and verify. Now, the reason for distrusting is not that you think that there's some kind of conspiracy or plot to mislead. It's basically just recognizing that humans are fallible. I don't know why that's so triggering for so many people. I mean, you can just go through these comment sections on all the MINDSHOCK podcasts. There are so many goofballs out there that get triggered just by the very notion of verifying the so-called basic facts of any case. I mean, it's just really bizarre. It's as if they don't want it solved. So we have, of course, the driveway nearby. Theoretically, if they weren't killed immediately after, which again, if we factor in the thermal drone camera, I've gone over that on numerous episodes. It's been one of the most triggering topics for some reason. Obviously, the thermal drone camera, combined with the basic science of algor mortis and the rate of cooling of dead bodies, the thermal drone camera would have picked up their bodies. It didn't. And that's not the only piece of information. We have multiple individuals that allegedly searched that exact same area, and there were no bodies. If you have even basic cognitive function, what can you conclude there? Now, it might be impossible to conclude anything for certain, but at least you say, okay, well, it was previously searched. The exact area was previously searched. Bodies weren't there. Thermal imaging drone camera didn't pick up the bodies hours later, when, of course, the core body temperature would still be relatively high. Even if they went through the cold creek, the rate of cooling still does not support not being picked up by the camera unless they were held submerged in the freezing water for whatever period of time, an extensive period of time, and then moved, in which case it still can't be definitively ruled that they were there because the area was searched. So you have multiple points of reference here for the bodies not being where they were found. Now, again, I'm not saying it's certain that they weren't there, but it's definitely possible. And I don't know why so many goofy individuals find it so triggering to acknowledge the possibility that the crime scene was staged. When we have, again, the former prosecutor stated it was staged, and nobody's seen it other than the people that have seen it. So anybody speculating from the outside, of course, would not know whether it was staged or not. But many crime scenes are staged, so it's not unlikely that it was staged. Maybe it was staged, maybe it wasn't. Maybe the bodies were there, maybe they weren't. But it's very possible that they were not. which means it's possible they were taken elsewhere. That could have been by vehicle as well, especially when we consider it's almost, I don't want to say it's irrelevant which hill, because it does seem relevant. Everything is relevant. We need to clearly establish what may or may not have happened, what is or is not a possibility, and retrace steps backwards, because of course the case is unsolved. Anyone pretending to know what makes sense or doesn't make sense, or any of this nonsense that the coincidence theorists usually peddle, and they say in all these cases where there were cover-ups or conspiracies or major mistakes made, there were endless goofballs saying the same exact thing that people are saying in this case. It makes no sense. It wouldn't be done. Obviously, it was exactly as reported on the idiot box. Law enforcement never makes mistakes. There's no conspiracy. Law enforcement never commit crimes. Everything is above board in this case, no matter what, and they're going to defend it with religious fervor. It's really mind-shocking, the silliness that some people following this case exhibit when just any examination of the basic facts, any questioning of the basic facts is just met with this kind of delusion that it can be known for sure. So the hill does matter, but the farther they get, the closer they're getting to this other driveway. So is it possible that they were taken into a vehicle? And even if they weren't, if this perpetrator is not acting alone, was there someone else with a vehicle there? Did they drive off without the girls? Did they drive off with one of the girls? Because of course we do have the timeline issues. Now, I don't know how people can defend the different death dates, because, I mean, again, we're talking post-2000 here. The science is really at a stage where you can determine how long a body has been dead relatively accurately. So for whatever reason the reasons that were given, I mean, parents do not decide the time of death. That's not how it works. The medical examiner or who's ever doing a professional autopsy, the medical examiner, whatever certified official is going to list an approximate time of death. They're not going to default that to the parents. Oh, we don't know. You can pick a date. You can pick the week before. You can pick 5 days before. That's not how it works. So unless, of course, we're dealing with some kind of Keystone cop, Keystone state officials, just Keystone across the board, I don't know how likely that is. Again, maybe everybody's completely incompetent. I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily assume that. It's just there's a certain amount of training that has to go into this, and if that were the case, it seems obviously law enforcement does have more information that was given. There's rumors abound. I'm going to read a few comments and rumors in a moment, but just in looking at the map and where the location of the bodies were found compared to which hill we're looking at. So there's a very, very steep hill immediately off the bridge, and then, as stated here, 40 yards beyond, there's another more gradual hill that's a lot easier to navigate. So, continuing on here with this Reddit post, police crime scene tape at entrance. The earliest and best video footage that showed the bridgewalk experience was created by Julie Melvin. She posted her videos on March 5th, 2017, less than 3 weeks after the murders. In her videos, Melvin gave the world an early comprehensive look at the bridge area, including some great footage of the south side as it looked when the crime occurred. I remembered that Melvin took some footage of the south side barrier, so I went back to review her videos. Again, her visit was within weeks of the investigation, and the crime scene tape was still up. At the end of video number 1, Melvin walks off the south end of the bridge. There is no crime scene tape on the steep hill immediately adjacent to the bridge. Then she sees the theater ramp entrance 40 yards in front of her, and it is marked off by police crime scene tape. There would be no reason for the police to secure the entrance to that distant hill path with crime scene tape unless they thought it was used by the killer. So it's clear that law enforcement has known since the beginning that Bridge Guy used the theater ramp slope to bring the girls down the hill. HLN's crime flow map. So even with this evidence, do you think the theater ramp crime flow is a fringe theory and you need to wait before embracing it? Well, think again, because thanks to HLN, the theater ramp theory has now gone mainstream. In the closing minutes of part 1 of HLN's Down the Hill special, the HLN narrator briefly mentioned that Bridge Guy guided the girls down the theater ramp slope to the shallow point in the creek. HLN showed a quick view of the slope and then displayed a map of the crime scene flow. The HLN crime scene flow map clearly shows that Bridge Guy went down the theater ramp slope in a direct route to the shallow part of the creek. Impact on the investigation. So what does this all mean? First, it debunks the illogical theory that Bridge Guy and the girls descended down that very steep embankment where it's unlikely Bridge Guy could have maintained control of the girls and his balance. Now, counterpoints there. Bridge Guy was walking quite swiftly along the bridge, which is a very, very dangerous bridge, and he walked it with extreme confidence. So if he has that much experience, not only just in that area, but the outdoors, maybe hunting, he probably wouldn't have that much trouble navigating a steep hill. I think just a lot of listeners would definitely be able to navigate that steep hill, but not the bridge, not walk swiftly there. So again, perhaps Bridge Guy's deceptive. Some people think he's much younger. Of course, there's just so much misinformation about Bridge Guy and confusion about Bridge Guy. Obviously, the guy they thought was Bridge Guy, that Bridge Guy was arrested, if you haven't checked out the previous MINDSHOCK episodes, and basically ruled no longer a person of interest. What does that mean? Does that mean that Bridge Guy was not the perpetrator, even though he was in the video? Does it mean that the sketch was not made, the sketch is not of Bridge Guy in the video? Does that mean the sketch was made from a variety of people who walked the trails, and this was a amalgamation, a juxtaposition and combination of all these different descriptions roped into one and actually doesn't look like anybody? I don't know. There's so much conflicting information. Doug Carter even stated that there were no witnesses to Bridge Guy. And I went over that on previous episodes. I mean, nothing matches up. There's so much conflicting statements by the police. I don't know how clueless there are people out there have to be to still be lapping up everything law enforcement says as gospel after the amount of problems and conflicting information that has been put forth. Now, that doesn't mean law enforcement doesn't know the real truth, but clearly they haven't been putting it out. And that's an issue. That's a major, major issue, because we really don't know who Bridge Guy is or whether he was really the killer. And if there's multiple killers, he might have not been the primary individual to carry out the crime. And as I mentioned in the previous episode, the crime scene being staged, it might not have been staged by the killer. If there's more than one individual involved, other individuals might have brought the bodies back to frame Ron Logan for, again, reasons we don't have. Now, just because you don't have the reason, just because you don't have the motive, that doesn't mean something is unlikely. You see this level of silliness in a lot of cases, the Delphi case as well. There's a lot of clueless individuals out there. They think that because something doesn't make sense to them, that makes it unlikely. The truth is whatever it is. It's whatever happened. We don't have that information, so to pretend to know whether something is more or less likely, you can do that, of course. I mean, you can muse and give, your own biased opinions, but to remain completely objective, obviously it's difficult, but that's the whole point of MINDSHOCK. So maybe Bridge Guy was the killer, maybe he wasn't. Maybe he lured them. There were other individuals involved, and other people still postulate that the girls might have witnessed some kind of a drug deal gone bad, and one of the individuals maybe posed as a police officer doing a bust. We really don't know. Whoever was not there does not know. It's just that simple, and to pretend to know is as silly as you can get. If you're objective, neutral, and logical, you are after the truth, not reaffirm whatever theories, whatever information was brought forth before in a religious fashion. That would be the opposite of being scientific. And then, of course, according to this Redditor, I don't think he's keeping in mind the impersonating a police officer angle, so if he handcuffed them, he could control them down the steep hill as well. And if there was someone else waiting down at the bottom of that hill, either to take them into a car, to march them to some kind of a barn, there's just so many other theories out there. And to the people that kind of just dismiss all these rumors, which again, they might be false rumors. They very well could be. Every case has false rumors as well. But a lot of old cold cases, it turns out that the initial rumors were true. I mean, the Tara Calico case, which I just covered, there were initial rumors early on about what supposedly happened. And then decades later, it comes out that through more official channels, all of a sudden it's taken more credibly. And that's the thing with some of these cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists and authority worshippers, where they will not believe that police would ever do anything wrong or be mistaken until after the fact and it's all exposed. Where all along, the logical people pointing these things out, they were correct all along, but some of these goofballs just couldn't see it through their just hopeless indoctrination into the cult of authority worship, where they just believe certain perceived authorities or certain people wearing costumes cannot be mistaken or complicit in any crimes ever, no matter what. So it's really, really bizarre. It's really, really bizarre, but it's very possible he did not act alone. So I wouldn't say it's completely impossible that they went down the steep hill. It's possible. And then the other aspect, if one of the girls ran at that point, if someone feels their life is threatened, they're not going to think, oh, this hill is way too steep, let me run it. And especially if he was armed, just making a beeline down that steep hill immediately out of line of sight, perhaps, depending on where Bridge Guy was standing on the hill. Again, we don't know. We really don't know what happened. So since we don't know what happened, we don't know how the crime took place. Now, maybe law enforcement believed it was the more gradual hill. It was the theater ramp, so to speak, what they're calling it here. Maybe they truly believed that and taped it off for that reason, but maybe it really was the steep hill that they went down. Again, we're not going to take anything on blind faith. That's just silliness. We have to examine all possibilities logically and objectively. So continuing on with this post here, second, it suggests that Bridge Guy definitely has a very strong local connection because he had even more knowledge of that secluded wooded area than people previously thought. So how would Bridge Guy have such unusual familiarity with the privately owned south side of the bridge? At the least, it would likely take numerous visits to the south side before one became aware of the theater ramp slope. This crime was definitely not committed by some serial killer trucker who was just passing through town. I mean, I don't know how they could say definitely, because even if this serial killer trucker, if he had hiked that area a couple times, he would still know, or even just maybe once or twice before. Finally, if your favorite YouTube personality has a crime flow scene map that shows Bridge Guy directed the girls down the steep incline and calls everyone a rodeo clown who disagrees with him, you now have the evidence to call his show and tell him that he is the rodeo clown and not you. I mean, you'd both be rodeo clowns, because if you weren't there, you really don't know. And again, looking at these photos, you could see some of the hill from the bridge as well. It didn't have to be the immediate turnoff. Of course, we do have to reconcile this with the reports. Supposedly, unless the reports there were multiple reports of disturbances on the hill, where were the disturbances? Were they down the steep hill or the gradual hill? I don't know. I believe it was reported initially that it was right after the bridge, but I don't know. I wasn't there. And there's a follow-up here. Okay, it doesn't look that far to me based on the photos, but I will yield to the person who was actually there and checked it out. Because of the distance to the entrance and its proximity to the house, I now think Bridge Guy may have entered the woods at the rail, directed the girls down the small hill, and accessed the theater ramp from the middle. The police crime scene tape was there for a reason. The tape was literally tied between the barrier rail and a tree on the ramp, which is all very, very interesting. But again, if there's multiple perpetrators, if he's posing as a police officer, nothing is for certain. But calling into question the exact path that was taken, obviously that's a good idea. Everything needs to be really nailed down, because if we're building a house of cards and we don't realize that first layer or two are not accurate, we're going to be building and building on something that's not accurate. So it's That's why going back to square one is always a great idea for cases that are unsolved, instead of religiously clinging to whatever dogmatic theory one comes up with or whatever's on the idiot box. And there's a really solid post here. I'll read a couple of follow-ups here. This makes it far more likely that Bridge Guy was either a local or grew up in the area, in my opinion. Another poster. Although I agree that he is local, the trajectory is straight down. The Monon Trail is a very popular 28-ish miles that people know exists. Those aware of the Monon Trail are locals, no matter how far it stretches. He could use his eyes to choose a path down the slope. Doesn't need to be a local, as in someone in the same town. Sometimes overanalyzing narrows our focus and doesn't broaden it to the idea that local doesn't mean living in town. He could live in the next town over, or even Indianapolis. Which is a good point there. Another follow-up here with some good points. I agree there are more reliable details that suggest the killer is a local. The most reliable ones are the lack of gravity bringing non-locals into the area, other than people from Chicago or Indy, and the statistics of how many travel killers there are versus local killers, even in stranger-on-stranger crimes. I doubt that the killer did not walk down a steep slope is among the top 10 strongest reasons to believe that the killer is a local. However, if this detail does serve a role in answering the local versus non-local question, I agree that it's in favor of local. I think that a key sub-question to discuss this is related to the local-non-local question is whether the killer could be from Indianapolis or Chicago. So much of the discussion on this forum is just on the higher level question and doesn't have much specific discussion on what details rule these two cities in or out. The last two lines of your comment are dead on because all this attention to the exact route on the trail are sort of overkill, although interesting, because they don't address the part of the local-non-local question that is really up in the air, which is whether Chicago or Indy should be included or excluded. In a post earlier this week, I gave a few reasons why I think the killer is likely local and not from Chicago, Indy, which I'll repeat here for example purposes. A killer in Chicago, Indy would be more comfortable killing in those cities where they have equal or greater anonymity and greater familiarity and greater convenience and a greater chance of combining the moment of having the opportunity with wanting to act on it. The lack of being caught does not point to or away from a local. Anecdotally, the Phoenix Canal killer and the Golden State killer were right there, essentially living next door to their crime scenes in the most obvious way for decades. And there are no facts of this case that make it obvious that the killer would have been identified by now if they were local or vice versa. The audacity and stupidity of striking so close to home and the would-be cleverness of an alternative plan to travel far away for a strike is not pertinent based on what we know about the factors that killers value most. And there's some good things to think about there. However, again, it's hard because this does not seem like a standard case no matter what. No matter how you plot it out, it's very difficult to make it appear like some kind of standard killing. It does not add up, from the location to the fact that it's two victims, broad daylight, an off day from school, just the tight timelines between the drop-off, the pickup, the searches, the Snapchat aspect, the filming aspect. This is not a standard crime by any stretch of the imagination. So, in a way, we can kind of throw out some of these things that would normally point definitively one way or another. It's not definitive here because it's too much of an outlier case. And I do believe in defaulting to probability statistics because according to the FBI, females that are met with foul play, the perpetrators are someone known to them. So either the significant other or friend, family member, acquaintance, stalker of some kind, someone known to them, not a stranger. So these statistics, we cannot ignore these statistics. That doesn't mean it wasn't a stranger crime. It could have been, but it would be silly to ignore the statistics and not follow lines of reasoning for the most likely according to statistics. Again, that doesn't mean it happened here. This is an outlier case. But maybe it did happen here. It doesn't mean it didn't either. And between all these family connections, which we'll be getting into, and police connections, there are some rumors that one or both of the girls were supposed to testify on some kind of case at the police station. And many other rumors. Some of these are not rumors in terms of family connections or family arrests. There were issues, and we'll be getting into those. Whether that had anything to do with this, obviously, we don't know. That's still an unknown. And if there was more than one perpetrator, if someone was impersonating a police officer, that all throws a wrench in the common lines of thinking when it comes to local versus non-local. So a couple other posts here I found interesting. I'm curious why people discuss the possibility that the killer traveled from Chicago or Indy, but not Lafayette, West Lafayette. Lafayette and West Lafayette are closer and are fairly large towns for Indiana. The Purdue student population probably makes them even larger than what the official census would indicate. I wonder whether the Delphi trails were commonly known by word of mouth among the university community. A response here: I have always thought he could be from there. I know when I lived in Bloomington, my friends and I would try to find obscure trails and nature preserves in the area. Things really do spread by word of mouth, and we found lots of cool places in nearby counties that people frequent but that aren't online. It's just a common thing to do in a college town, especially when surrounded by rural Indiana. Someone responded here, I strongly believe this to be the case. The Wabash Heritage Trail provides lots of opportunities for this sort of crime, but it is higher trafficked and can be harder to get out fast depending on where you park. Maybe this pushed him out to the smaller trail systems. I wonder if there are any reports of run-ins with creepy people on the Wabash Trail around this time. That's an interesting point as well. However, I would like to point out that according to locals, supposedly the bridge, under the bridge, that area, it was used to deal drugs by locals, and this is known. Does that throw a wrench in things? Does that make it more likely that the girls stumbled upon some kind of drug deal? Or that these particular girls, because of their age, maybe they didn't know about the drug deals that went on there and they just stumbled upon one in progress, and one of them saw a phone and possibly thought they were filming the drug deal even if they weren't. Now, let's not fall for false dichotomies here. Is it possible that there was some creepy guy on the trails maybe looking for victims? The girls were filming him, they saw him, and then they stumbled upon a drug deal. And then Bridge Guy got scared. He took off. He wanted no part of these other individuals. And the other individuals are responsible for whatever happened to Liberty German and Abigail Williams. Has anyone considered that possibility? Now, I'm not saying it's likely. For whatever reason, there's just so many goofballs out there that think that theorizing means I'm saying that's what happened. I am not saying that that's what happened. These are just theories. Sometimes you have to examine beyond the normal scope of thinking in order to solve crimes, particularly if they're still unsolved. And even if this didn't happen, if examining these theories lead to finding other evidence that points to what actually happened, it's still a very worthwhile exercise. And it happens in a lot of cases where perhaps there's a certain suspect or suspects that are not considered likely, but in following up with them, a different piece of evidence is revealed that leads to the real suspects. Again, this is investigation. Sometimes luck plays a factor. I don't want to necessarily call this luck, but if you're just casting out a wider net of possibilities, you're more likely to stumble upon the truth if the truth is not one of the core theories, which we have no way of knowing, of course. Another good post response here. I've always thought that the only way he leads them down the south side of the bridge to cross the creek is if he was really familiar with the area. That creek is not a small creek, and I'm sure it is much deeper in spots that one would want to wade in February in Indiana. I recall watching the searchers from the helicopter footage were waist deep in spots. The other possibility is that he was clueless of where to take them and went down the south side thinking he would find a secluded area on the south side of the creek, but realized he was too exposed to anyone that might venture onto the bridge. So he made a snap decision to cross the creek to the north side to get out of view from the bridge. My guess is they know from the audio whether or not he knew where he was taking them or if it was touch and go. And that's another interesting point, too. If it really was some random guy, he had no clue what he was doing and he possibly crazed, he's just making it up as he goes along. Who knows? Another post here, I don't think it was accidental that one of the more shallow areas of the river is extremely close to where the girls were found. And what better way to get rid of or contaminate any DNA that may be on them, whether it's skin, blood, or other fluids? I mean, they would still be recontaminated because if he attacked them after the crossing. So that doesn't really make sense. And of course, if they didn't even cross the creek, if they were marched elsewhere, either taken by car in the driveway or marched elsewhere without crossing the creek first, again, we don't know. We have the reports of searchers searched the exact areas. Bodies were not there. Thermal imaging drone did not pick up heat signatures. So it's a possibility. We're not gonna cluelessly ascribe likelihoods of whether it's super likely they were there when they're. It's a possibility they were not where they were found and it was a staged crime scene. That's all I'm going to say there. It's impossible without more information to know how likely or unlikely. So it's a possibility they were taken elsewhere, one or both of them. That's the other thing. Are we going to assume they were kept together the whole time? What if they weren't? What if one of them was killed or injured severely immediately, one of them was not? Again, we don't know what happened. It does seem kind of strange to just randomly walk up to somebody and say, point a gun or otherwise down the hill, and then how would someone react to that? Like, obviously the audio, we still don't know why they won't release the audio that's not part of the actual assault, crime, or murder. Obviously would be grisly. I wouldn't want to listen to it, and I can imagine that the families, it's been reported that they were played the audio, but I'm sure they wouldn't want it out there where it was being played and replayed constantly. That would be very traumatizing. And not that listening to it once isn't traumatizing, but it would be re-traumatizing every time. But why not release the audio leading up to the attack? They've released just such little snippets. There's got to be, as I've stated in the previous episode, there's got to be at least a couple more seconds. At least. There's got to be seconds, if not minutes. And I posed a few theories in the previous episode. If it's a police officer who identified himself as such, or if it's someone impersonating a police officer and not the actual officer, but they just don't want to open that can of worms for whatever reason, and that's why they're not releasing it. I keep going back to the issue, though. There's people walking the trails. I believe throughout the whole day there were upwards of 80 people, if not more, walking those trails. Obviously, much less at the exact minutes that we're talking about in this crime occurring, but there's people walking around. So, again, just trying to understand the logistics of how this goes down. Does he handcuff them and then march them across the creek? It seems, I don't know, just thinking offhand, it seems like they wouldn't go across the creek. Why would you bark orders at someone to cross a creek if you're arresting them? It just doesn't seem like that's the way you would do it, particularly with people out and about on the trails, possibly crossing the bridge at those moments. It's all too risky. It seems like it would be easier to make some kind of, if you're impersonating a police officer or not, or if it's someone known to the girls, maybe it's not Bridge Guy, maybe accomplices, other individuals, whoever. If they had a car waiting, is it possible they went to the car? Is it possible they went willingly with someone known to them to a certain point, and then at another point it all goes wrong? It just seems any of those scenarios just seem a little bit more likely than some crazed killer pointing a gun at teenagers and telling them to march down a steep slope and then across a creek randomly. I don't know. There might be something missing here. I'm not saying that's not what happened. Again, for the goofs out there who aren't good with English, I'm not saying that's not what happened. It just seems if you take a step back, look at it objectively, it seems like there must have been more going on, unless this is just the biggest risk taker random killer ever, to be pointing a gun, possibly handcuffing or gagging them when there's people walking the trails around. There's a house and driveway not too far away. There's something missing here. And obviously we don't know what that is. All we can do is theorize, but there's something seems off just about how it's alleged that this crime took place. So I'm going to go over a couple of posts on the previous MindShock episode on this case, the most likely theory, episode 8, where I discussed the police impersonator. A commenter here, Teresa, stated, he was in the search party. Libby was catfished. She told a friend she was talking to a 19-year-old online and wanted to meet him. So I believe the second sketch is a random image Bridge Guy got off Google Images or something. They were definitely lured and he was very prepared. Possibly posed as a cop and told the girls they were trespassing, cuffed one or both of them. I believe he was in the search party, in the group that found the girls. So his DNA can be explained away. He was at the 2-year press conference. Doug Carter was speaking directly to the killer. He loves deer. His wife is his alibi, so police, in my opinion, know who he is, but they need that one piece. They need to discredit his alibi. This was a sexually motivated crime, something went wrong, or he just loves the power and control. I think he knew the family of Libby. She wouldn't have recognized him or known him well or at all. If she knew him, she would have said on the recording. And that's another point, though. Maybe she did. Again, without the full recording, we really, or at least the full, more of the recording, we really don't have. I mean, what could we do? There's not enough information there. But that's an interesting theory. So if this is not a rumor and a friend can corroborate this, that Libby was indeed talking to some 19-year-old or someone posing as a 19-year-old, whether he was or he wasn't. Or perhaps something got messed up in translation and she was talking to someone else, possibly even older than 19, who knows? And that was one of several individuals responsible for this horrible crime, unless, again, the Bridge Guy is some weird, creepy guy walking the trails that had nothing to do with them being killed. Maybe, who knows? Maybe he was planning to kill them. But if someone else if there were other people there and he got shooed off or whatever, if there was a drug element, which there might have been, again, we don't know what was going on at that bridge. If the rumors are true and drug dealers do use that area, perhaps the Bridge Guy got afraid of the drug dealers and he left. Even if maybe he was just some weird guy that wanted to yell at the girls for either taking, I mean, there's busybodies out there. They have nothing better to do than yell at people in their day. Perhaps he didn't wish to harm them. He just wanted to yell at them, give them a piece of his mind of their behavior or the way he subjectively perceived their behavior. If maybe there was nothing wrong with their behavior, maybe they were laughing. He thought they were laughing at him. Maybe they weren't. But there's people out there that they're that busybodies. They like to give people a piece of their mind. Maybe he was not a criminal. Maybe the true perpetrators were other individuals. Now, again, I'm not saying this is likely or not likely. I'm saying we have to consider every possible scenario because, again, the case is as of yet unsolved. Another poster here, Kat, posted this. I still firmly believe they were targeted and this was somebody local that was in the periphery of their families and had been stalking one or both of them and knew about their social media activity due to that stalking. They probably had some kind of past issue with this guy or found him creepy, but they never told anybody about it because of who he was. Seeing him on the bridge startled her enough to start recording, but if they went willingly initially, it's just because she knew him and didn't expect he would murder them despite his creepiness. However, we actually have no idea if they went willingly in reality. He could have chased them to that location. At the same time, I think they haven't officially identified this individual due to a cover-up or it being somebody that nobody would ever suspect. That's very, very interesting. So this comment, very, very interesting. That's another scenario. What if, whether he had a gun or not, if he's walking up on the bridge there. So for the image we have of Bridge Guy, supposedly that's zoomed in from the girls taking photos of themselves. So they weren't necessarily zooming in on him. He was just in the background. Whether they did that on purpose or not, that's another matter. But he's off a ways distance on the bridge. What if when he walked up to them, what if they just ran away before Again, we don't know where that audio took place. Is that much later? Is it earlier than their encounter at the bridge? I don't know. Again, I'm just speculating. I'm just thinking outside the box here to try to make these pieces fit that it's tough because they don't seem to fit. But if the girls just ran, they couldn't run towards him because he's on the bridge. They might be afraid he pushed them off or whatever. It's too risky. What if they ran before he got that close? Then they could have ran down the steep hill. They just wanted to get away from him. Maybe they didn't think he would follow them down the steep hill because he looks a little bit older and heavyset from a distance. Maybe he's very young and not and just wearing baggy clothing, but from a distance he looks kind of heavyset. Did they run earlier than people think? And that's why everything's kind of a mess. If he pulled out a gun and shot one of them, possibly not even fatally, what would have happened at that point? Would one of the girls want to leave her friend? I don't know, but that gun, supposedly a gunshot would have been heard unless there were other hunters in the area. I don't know the frequency of gunshots or if people would find gunshots strange at that time of day. That's something, again, for locals and trail walkers to chime in on, to kind of give their thoughts on gunshots. But if they did know the guy, let's say they didn't know him well, he's some random creepy guy that they sort of know, maybe they saw him earlier on the trails, maybe they saw him a different day. Is he known to them in some kind of way, or perhaps, again, to their families? If the sketch is deceptive, I don't know. It's all very, very difficult, and there's some weirdness with law enforcement, which we will, of course, get into a little bit deeper in the next episode. The final comment here, very ominous, that I will read. Actually, there's two more here. Actually, there's quite a few astute comments I'm going to go over here. One posted by Shorty. In the original audio recording played at the first press conference, near the end of the loop, you can hear Bridge Guy say expletive. The full original recording is actually down the hill expletive or expletive down the hill. So there must have been some resistance by at least one of the girls. So either Bridge Guy wasn't posing as a cop, or at some point he blew his cover and freaked the girls out. That is interesting as well, because of course, unless, I don't know, if they... Yeah, it's tough, because if they believed he was a cop, but then they thought the cop wanted to kill them for whatever reason, it's not necessarily that they would have thought he wasn't a cop, or maybe they did doubt his impersonation. I went over a couple of those scenarios in the previous episode as well. Another post here by Freedom Flag. If it was a crime of opportunity, serial killer, wouldn't they tell the public? Instead, they say no threat to the public. Wouldn't that mean it was an isolated incident? Why wouldn't they try to connect the case to the two girls that were murdered in Iowa that was similar? My guess is that it wasn't, and they know that from the recording they heard. Something was going on at the time of the murders, and there is a story to tell us one day. Really, a story that's pretty sad on the police side of things. So that's a good point there. So they know there's no threat to the public. They know somehow it's not a serial killer. How do they know that? There's obviously something on the tape. Does he identify himself on the tape? Or do the girls say a name on the tape? Do they know the guy? Or did the accomplice, if there was an accomplice or two or three, did they call out the perpetrators' names? Is there something on the tape of them talking to each other and they know one or two of the names? That would be interesting as well. Of course, we don't know. It is Stacy posted this. Yeah, I heard the show was across the river than where the bodies were found, so it makes sense that he said go down the hill, and they walked probably towards his car or vehicle. Then they took off running. One lost shoe, got shot in a river. He shot the other, drags body to grass. And again, it seems if the bodies were not there at that time, That still doesn't mean something didn't happen and possibly one of the girls didn't get injured either on the way to a car or whatever if they were taken elsewhere. But other posters chimed in that there were no reports of gunfire, so that's interesting. Although I don't know what the time frame was for that. And then depending on the type of gun, how far would it carry? And perhaps it wasn't a firearm, perhaps it was some other type of weapon. Who knows? So, as always, more questions than answers, but without definitive corroboration of any of these main points of the case, it's really difficult to conclude anything or to say what is less or more likely. There's plenty of anomalies and coincidences and plenty more to go over. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast in the Delphi case series. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. You could also just go to youtube.com/MINDSHOCK if your notifications are not working. Share this podcast. Hit that like button. Keep awareness up in this case. Awareness and pressure. That's how cases get solved, not by being forgotten about and pushed into obscurity. You can share the podcast on multiple social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier, so you can help support MINDSHOCK by becoming a patron as well. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Delphi case series. And this is episode 15, Weaving a Tangled Web. And there's a lot of problems with this case. Very obvious problems, and then not so obvious problems that delve into statewide corruption. Now, coincidence theorists, corruption, conspiracy deniers that pretend that all government officials are always on the up and up and perfectly competent, they're going to find this episode extremely controversial. To critical thinkers, it might be a little bit more interesting, examining fallible humans and fallible behavior and various degrees of competency. So we'll be finally taking a look at the Flora fire and the issues with some of these individuals that intersect the Delphi case, like Doug Carter. And he's not the only one. There's quite a few others. As always, if you find the podcast interesting, you can support the channel and donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. Or you could just go to youtube.com/MINDSHOCK or youtube.com/MINDSHOCK True Crime. Like and share this podcast to keep awareness up. In this case, awareness is how cases get solved. People keep talking, someone mentions something, and a new lead can manifest. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All I ask is that at least a very, very basic children's level of English comprehension be met in order to have fruitful discussion, because people that are not even understanding what is being presented, getting triggered. Obviously, I do not discuss any individuals that aren't already public. I don't discuss any theories that aren't already public, especially in the case of public officials. I mean, this isn't rocket science, people. Okay, so let's just do the quick background on the Flora fire, a very, very tragic case This article is from wishtv.com. Justice for the girls. 3 years later, no arrests after Florida girls die in fire. And this was published February 12th, 2020, so last year. Over a year ago. More than 3 years, and the article is by Stephanie Zeppelin, Travis Robinson, and Richard Essex. More than 3 years ago, a mom lost all her daughters. A house fire that gutted the home also resulted in the death of 4 girls ages 5 to 11. The mom survived, and the search for answers continues. If you drove past the corner house at Columbia and Division Streets before November 21st, 2016, you'd probably see 4 little faces smiling back. They were so joyous, said Kathy Clendening, one of the women who helped create a cookbook to raise funds for the family after the fire. They were very happy girls. I never seen them not smiling. Always on the front porch waving at everybody that went by. They didn't know a stranger. Now the house is the site of a mystery. Keone, Keriel, Kayara, and Kayana died in a fire in this house. Immediately after, the state fire marshal's office said it did not suspect foul play. But about 2 months later, a stunning announcement via email. Investigators now labeled the case arson. The girl's mom was the only survivor. For me to be right here today, it is just so hard. It's so hard, said Tracy Rose, the victim's grandfather. But as I continue to teach my daughter, you gotta keep fighting. Fight they did. The community created a cookbook and raised money, hoping it would draw out someone who knew something. People in Florida held a vigil marking 1 year since the fire, but that night, the state police did not release a suspect or a description. As long as I'm breathing air, we're going to stay here, said ISP Superintendent Doug Carter on the 1 year anniversary of the fire. So we'll continue to move forward. We'll continue to drive and to drive and to talk and to talk and to talk. That month, Carroll County Prosecutor Rob Ives announced he would step down, and Florida Fire Chief Adam Randall resigned. Timeline of events, November 21st, 2016, Keone, Keriel, Kayara, and Kayana are killed in the fire. A day later, the fire is ruled undetermined. January 28th, 2017, the state fire marshal says the fire was intentionally set. May 25th, 2017, the fire is ruled intentional by Homeland Security and a new ISP detective takes over the case. June 23rd, 2017, the Carroll County prosecutor asked investigators not to release info. June 26, 2017, a fire investigator with the Indiana State Fire Marshal's Office resigns after questions about investigations arise. August 26, 2017, a new reward poster is released. November 11, 2017, Carroll County Prosecutor Rob Ives announces he's stepping down. January 1st, 2018, new prosecutor Nicholas McLeland takes the post. January 8th, 2018, Todd Trent is named the new fire chief in Florida. So a lot of these officials resigning, it looks quite suspicious. I mean, we're going to come back to that and examine that as well. What happened remains a secret. The biggest mystery in Florida lies inside the corner house. State investigators said the fire that killed the girls was arson. But what exactly happened is shrouded in secrecy. A man named Mike Vergan is one of the people who has been inside the house since the fire. He runs his own fire investigation company. He was hired by the mom of the 4 girls and her attorney. He has not worked with them for months, but said he still thinks about the house and the case often. Vergan spent more than 15 years as a certified fire investigator with the ATF before starting his own company. He has been to more than 1,000 fire scenes and investigated this one just weeks after it happened. There are still things he does not want to share. Here's an exchange from an interview with Vergan and I-Team 8's Stephanie Zeppelin. Vergan, where I thought the fire started is where it started. Zeppelin says, and that is where. Vergen responds, I can't really say right now because, and I'll tell you why. If we get to a point in the investigation that they make an arrest, the only people that should know where the fire started is the person who set it and the investigators. Vergen told iTeam 8 he believes the fire was an arson, but that the goal was not to kill the children. He is also not sure whether everything possible is being done to solve the case. I don't think it'd hurt to call all the agencies in, said Vergen. It never hurts to have a fresh set of eyes looking at something and share all of the information, not just some of the information. The case has already been reviewed by Indiana State Police, the State Fire Marshal, and the Indianapolis Fire Department. However, Vergen thinks more fresh eyes will be needed for the case to be solved. He also wants the family to know people still care. I just hope someday there's an answer, Vergen said. Vergen says working smoke alarms may be the only thing that could have saved the girls. The girls' mother has filed a federal wrongful death lawsuit against their landlord, claiming there were no working smoke detectors. iTeam 8 reached out to the mother for an interview, but she declined based on the advice of her attorney. Community looks back on tragic fire. The Florida community is finding new ways to keep their people safe as they look back to the tragic loss of the 4 girls. Community members say the girls barely get brought up these days outside the anniversary of the fire. But just like the house, thoughts of the girls and who may have set the fire are still there today. The town came together after the loss of the sisters. Every year they still gather to place flowers on the home's porch in remembrance. It was a shock to the town, Joyce Simpson said. These 4 little girls would always step outside and wave to you when you were going by. They were on a cheerleading squad, they were beautiful little girls, and I can't imagine somebody doing this to them. Many people rallied around fundraisers like Flora's 4 Angels cookbooks. We've raised $20,000, Simpson said. That money is supposed to get anyone who can help lead to an arrest. It will get to the town if no answers come by 2025. The family has moved away, the fundraising has died down, and hope is fading that answers will ever come. As long as it's been, I don't think anybody will come forward, Simpson said. I'm hoping there is, but I don't think. I think it's too late. But that doesn't mean what happened to the girls has been forgotten. As the investigation continues, the house still stands on the town's main street, boarded up and charred, serving as a daily reminder of tragedy. You'd be very hard-pressed to find one person in the town of Florida that doesn't want to figure out what happened to the girls, Carroll County Councilman Ethan Brown said. That's for sure. Everybody still is working to try to solve this mystery and all that and what happened, and I think we'll get there. Brown runs a restaurant down the street from the home. He says ever since the Flora arson and the double homicides of teen girls in neighboring Delphi, the town has been working hard to ensure yet another tragedy doesn't happen this close to home. This stuff never happens here, Brown says. To have it happen back to back with the Delphi murders is just horrible. Community members say if you know anything, please come forward and bring these girls justice. Okay, where the investigation stands. If you'd like to contribute to the Flora's 4 Angels Cookbook Fund, you can purchase one from Joyce Simpson by calling her at 574-967-4858. Where the investigation stands. Indiana State Police is leading the investigation. iTeam 8's Richard Essex recently sat down with ISP Superintendent Doug Carter. Carter says the detectives have not completely cleared anyone in the case and that they are still following tips and re-examining evidence. Flora has been very personal matter to me. There are many people that probably don't believe that's the case. I have a rock over there. I see those 4 little girls' names every day. I believe that case is solvable, but we got to be able to talk to everybody involved, said Carter. Carter would not talk to News 8 about any specific evidence that has been collected. Man, Carter's not having a good track record here in these past few years here. So, yeah, this is quite tragic. And Flora is roughly 10 miles southeast, mostly east, a little bit southeast of Delphi. The Indiana Packers Corporation is roughly a quarter of the way from Delphi to Flora. So let me go through one more article here. Pharos Tribune, Logansport, Indiana. Flora grieves loss of young girls. Local businesses have donation cans for the family. This was published November 21st, 2016 by Ben Middlecamp. Friends of a mother and her family torn with tragedy Monday morning began to memorialize the Flora home just hours after the 4 girls inside died in a fire, dropping off balloons, flowers, and dolls to remember the sisters whom the town now calls their own. The early morning blaze in downtown Flora killed 4 young sisters, authorities say, and injured their mother, as well as 2 law enforcement officers who responded to the flames. 10-year-old Audrey Weaver said she remembers her friend as someone who's funny, sweet, and always had a smile on her face. She knew all the girls, but Audrey said the oldest of the 4 was her best friend, a friend of hers since kindergarten. If she ever did something wrong, she would always say sorry, she said. She was a great friend. I'm glad she was my friend. Audrey's father, John Weaver, said they recently saw the family at the Area 4 agency, where the mother was signing her children up for a Christmas adoption program. Weaver said single parents like she and him could qualify for free presents during the holidays. I'm sure it was difficult to take care of 4 girls, he said. She's supposed to pick up her presents on December 19th. He remembers the oldest sister as an encouraging friend for Audrey. She had good aura, a nice bright shine to her, Weaver said. Jojo Plunkett sees the mother every morning before work at the Marathon gas station in town where the mother works. They would always talk as she would make breakfast at the station. Most times, Plunkett said she would talk about her 4 girls. She would talk nothing bad about her kids, she said. They meant everything to her in the world. It's so sad. Plunkett said she would also see the girls playing outside and riding their bikes when she would go eat at Pizza King, located across the street from the house. They would always say hi to everybody, she said. They were typical little girls enjoying life. Plunkett, who works at the corner cafe, said many of the businesses in town, such as the cafe, Dollar General, and Parrott's Meat Processing and Catering, have donation cans to aid in the mother's unexpected costs. Weaver added that someone also created a GoFundMe page. I'm just devastated, Plunkett said, who donated wherever she could Monday. Carroll Consolidated School Corporation released a statement Monday afternoon that grief counselors were available for students all day. Counselors and clergy members are also free to meet with anyone Tuesday and Wednesday at Carroll Elementary School. All activities other than sports practices have been canceled, the district stated in the release. Audrey, a 4th grader at Carroll Elementary, said she's heard of a memorial for the girls at some point during the week and that people are planning to bring food donations for the mother. Our school cares so much about her, she said. Plunkett said the community came together for her daughter many years ago when she was in a serious car crash, and she expects that to happen again. When one of us hurt, she said, we all hurt. So interesting comments here from one John Weaver. Now, John Weaver is not the rarest name. I'm sure there's a bunch of Weavers out there. Of course, John is one of the most popular first names in history. So how many John Weavers are in this case? I am not alleging that this is the same John Weaver that allegedly said that the bodies were found in the water in Delphi. I am not alleging this is the same John Weaver who works as a professor at Purdue University, where Kelsey German happened to go. And I am not alleging that this is the same John Weaver that also has other connections intersecting these 2 cases. So it's quite curious. Some people are theorizing that he should be looked at as a suspect. I am not doing that because I haven't seen direct evidence that this is the same John Weaver in all of these situations. Because if these are different John Weavers, then it's not a coincidence because it's not the same guy. But before we get into the police scanner, and we'll be listening to a cleaned up version of it to get rid of the static so we can hear clearly what's going on the police scanner audio at the time. Let's examine the Flora fire here. Here's a post from the subreddit Libby and Abby by Human Oil. Did anyone realize that law enforcement said almost the same thing verbatim in each case? No info released, no suspects arrested, 2 detectives in each case, but Delphi has additional from ISP and FBI. I had never heard of the Flora fire victims until this, and that breaks my heart. If anyone knows where to get more info on them, please let me know. I'm not saying there's a conspiracy, but they do the silence thing in all their cases, which would mean that's why they haven't gotten anywhere as far as arrests. I mean, it's obviously the COD and the fires, but the lack of info, they have even spoken of that case, is crazy. I'm not saying throw in every card you have, but asking about suspects, people seen around the area, or anything. DC is too personally involved, or he has horrible skills as a policeman. That's 6 kids dead with no answers. If they have 2 detectives on each case, how are they doing 40 hours a week and still getting their regular jobs done? I'm kind of astounded. What do you think could be more done to help these cases? What info besides cause of death would help? Do you think that at this point it's all talk to pacify the public? Do you think either case is solvable after this long? He wants info, but the public can't say what they don't know in either case. What are we supposed to look for? The voice in Delphi case could be so distorted that they made what it sounded like it should, but in reality it's not his voice. The phrases sound different. The picture could have been Grandpa or 18-year-old little Johnny, according to them. These cases are so confused. Another post here, the NAACP has been in Carroll County asking a lot of the same questions. Dennis Randall, Indiana Department of Homeland Security fire investigator, resigned. Adam Randall, Flora Fire Chief, resigned. When CBS 4 asked Flora Fire Department officials the reason why Randall decided to step down, our crews were not given a clear answer. Also, the prosecutor stepped down. The Delphi City Police Chief stepped down. The mayor stepped down right after getting reelected. A judge stepped down. So you have all of these officials stepping down and resigning. Now, there's 2 ways to look at that. I mean, why would they do that? Either they're that incompetent, not capable of doing their job, and they just got upset that they're all just resigning after these cases because they can't solve them, or there's something more going on. Now, the corruption deniers will say that corruption's impossible and they would never resign to keep it. If everybody's resigning, how would this case get solved, especially if they're not bringing in even more help, like that first fire investigator said in the first article I read? I mean, you have to get more agencies involved. If you're too incompetent to solve anything, I mean, at one point, like, you're just going to keep it unsolved forever? I mean, this is how cold cases get cold. Another post here by Satana. 2.5 years after the fire, Doug Carter said they still needed to have the family talk more openly with investigators. This is Fox59.com, May 22nd, 2019. During the press conference, ISP Superintendent Doug Carter said his office really needs to sit down and speak to the whole family, as well as Rose, about the days leading up to the fire. He said they have not been invited to do so thus far. Carter said there are things about the investigation he's not able to publicly speak about, but hopes to be able to someday. It's very important that we understand who's been at that house, what the dynamics were of the people who did visit the home, and right now we don't know what those answers are, said Carter. When asked about the difference in public responses to this case and the case of 2 murdered girls in Delphi, Carter said the cases are very different. It's because we don't have access to the whole family, he said. We have to sit down and have unfettered, completely transparent conversation with everybody that had access to the home for the weeks, months, and days up to that day. When those 4 beautiful girls were killed, that's why. There will come a time when we will be able to share more with you. I wish I could share with you today what I know, but I'm not going to. He reiterated several times that ISP needs complete access to the family. They've not offered themselves to sit down with us, he said, when asked if they were not cooperating. When asked if the mother was not speaking with them, Carter said, we would love to sit down with the mother and talk to her. And this is kind of weird. So when you're doing an actual investigation, I mean, does it have to be a formal? I mean, how does that work? He's saying they're not, the mother's refusing a formal interview. I mean, I don't really follow there. Another post here. Ready definition. The Delphi City Police Chief stepped down too. Judge stepped down. He was associated with Huffer Law Firm. Mayor stepped down regarding the Flora fire. The landlord needs looked into. So here is quite a mind-shocking post by Almagada. The Flora fire has a better chance to be a true conspiracy in my opinion. The property was owned by people who were firefighters or retired firefighters. They were also connected to people in state and local government. The insurance company for the appliance company sent in their own investigators and determined that the fire was arson when the prior investigators found that it was an electrical short in the kitchen stove. There were no working smoke detectors in the home. If the case is determined to be arson, then no one is to blame except the arsonist, which lets the property owners and the appliance company off the hook for liability. Okay, so they're looking at it from a different point of view, but what's the takeaway here? Fire active or retired firefighters own the property, so they're landlords, and they don't have working smoke detectors in the home. And the fire chief that stepped down, I mean, it doesn't clearly state whether he was one of the owners or whatever, friends and family were part of the owner. Why did he step down? He personally knew the other individuals, and they couldn't keep smoke detectors in the home? Who's truly liable here? And again, if this is a different John Weaver, who's the neighbor here, then there's no connections to Delphi. If it's the same John Weaver, even still, I don't know, people are drawing connections that might not be able to be drawn. I mean, we'll continue to examine that. Another response here by Janendu. Yeah, for all those that think law enforcement has it all figured out, they just need a final piece before gracing us with their secret detective skills. Remember, this is a law enforcement department that has probably the worst rate by population for unsolved girl murder cases in the country. Response by Human Oil here. Their response was the same. Doug Carter is either a good actor or a horrible policeman. I mean no offense by that, but the whole Captain America thing doesn't do anything for me. Being noble is one thing, but I'd prefer he solve the crimes. But the mantra is the same, can't release anything, blah, blah, blah. Even the mother has no clue what's going on. He hasn't even spoken to her. Like what? They need an overhaul. The Marvel division needs replaced or learn to solve a crime that isn't who threw down the gum I stepped in. I mean, come on. It's easy to forget that Carter isn't the Carroll County Sheriff, but the super of Indiana State Police. Insane that the top dog of a state's police department would talk the way he does. But regarding the local law enforcement, I guess the locals keep voting them back in. Another response here. Good old boys win a local elections whether they have ability or not. Another response here. 6 girls under the age of 14 murdered within 80 days of one another in the same county, and over 4 years later, nobody in custody. I've never heard of anything like that. Maybe the killers are rocket scientists and just too smart for law enforcement. Sad, because I don't see any justice anytime soon. That is interesting. If you take that statistic, 6 girls under the age of 14, and you compare all the counties, would we find, within 80 days of one another, would we find that everywhere that are unsolved? I mean, obviously crimes occur, hopefully, I mean, not to people that young, but unfortunately they do, hopefully not that many, but even when they do happen, how often are they solved versus unsolved with the same individuals in charge of these cases? Because, again, there might not be any conspiracy. This just might be a whole lot of ineptitude. It might, I mean, again, I'm not pretending to know what's going on. If there is a conspiracy, though, and all these people are resigning, that, I mean, it does look a little fishy. In how many cases do all these people just resign? It's crazy. The prosecutor, the fire department chief, it's really weird. Really weird. Now, there's not a lot of information on suspects, but apparently there was one neighbor with some dubious tattoos that apparently called these or at least the oldest girl, names, and this is why the NAACP were involved. And then after the fires, he moved out of state. I mean, if he was innocent, though, would he want to move out of state if people found out what he said and now they were dead? Everybody would hate him anyway, even if whether he was guilty or innocent. So I don't know. But there don't seem to be a whole lot of suspects that are publicly being discussed in the Flora fires. Other discussion on the Flora fire is supposedly there was quite a long wait to even respond to the fire. And some people are drawing parallels here with the same thing as calling off a search. There's a house on fire, they take their sweet time getting to it. And in the Delphi case, girls are missing. Oh, let's just call off the search. Again, I'm not saying that's what happened here in either case. This is discussion on Reddit. Make of that what you will. Another response here, in my opinion, Flora is different than Delphi only because the families involved in Delphi want to talk, give interviews, raise awareness. In the Flora situation, it's obvious that family is declining to talk. I'm not sure if that's obvious or not. I understand their fear. I think in the Flora matter, family knows who it may be and are scared. Delphi is different. Another comment here by Jurison. When I read about all this, all I could think of was that poor mother. I just would be out of my mind. When I saw who the landlord was, my first thought was he knows laws, if anyone does, and this is rudimentary for crikey sakes. For the cost of $15 an alarm, it makes no sense to not have a fire alarm. But when I saw that the fire chief left, well, to me that speaks volumes. When you are in such a position, you don't leave the job, you leave management. In other words, someone was blocking or making his job impossible. Who could that be? I lost interest just personally because I just didn't see the reaction from the family and friends that I expected. It seems someone knows something and they aren't speaking. But maybe that's because they work in a place where ties to Mr. City Council are present. Whoever did this is truly wicked, and they are still walking around free. That's scary. The fire alarms may not have saved them, especially if accelerant was used as they suspected. I wonder how that house passed any inspection prior to renting ever. Alarms are not new laws. I'm going to go over one more article regarding the Flora fire, which is just really points to some corruption here. 1 year later, what we know about the fatal Flora fire by Joseph Paul, Journal and Courier. Twists, turns, and tragedy have characterized the year since 4 sisters were killed in a suspicious house fire in Flora, a small Indiana town of less than 2,000 people. The November 21st blaze took the lives of Keone Precious Welch, Cariel Danielle McDonald's, Kayara Janelle Phillips, and Kayara Janelle Phillips and Kayana Latrice Davis, who ranged in ages from 5 to 11. Intense flames and black smoke prevented the girls from escaping and quelled rescue attempts by their mother, Galen Rose, and 2 police officers who first arrived at the home. They died of asphyxiation due to smoke inhalation in the early morning fire. Rose was admitted to a hospital with serious injuries and was released several days later. 1 year later, the fire, which has been ruled an arson, remains under investigation and the girls' deaths remain unsolved. The case has been the subject of rumors and controversy following the resignations of several key officials related to the fire and the ensuing investigation. It's also been the source of grief and anticipation as the girls' family, friends, and community await justice. Fire ruled incendiary. The fire was initially ruled undetermined due to the extensive amount of fire and smoke damage to the home. The Indiana Department of Homeland Security, the agency with jurisdiction over the Indiana State Fire Marshal, issued a news release January 28th calling the fire incendiary after accelerants were found in several locations of the structure, which was a single-family home divided into 2 apartments. A spokesperson for Indiana State Police, the lead agency on the case, said he could not expand on the type of accelerants or where they were used in the home. But this initial statement said several locations. Okay. Sergeant Kim Riley, Public Information Officer for ISP's Lafayette Post, said authorities still believe the fire was intentionally set, but the question of who is responsible still lingers. We've got 2 or 3 officers who are still working the case along with the county, but that's really all I can say about it, Riley said. We're still investigating it as a possible arson. Reward fund established. Less than 2 months after the girls' deaths, Carroll County was again rocked by 2 more unsolved killings. Teenagers Liberty German and Abigail Williams were reported missing February 13th and were found dead the next day after hiking on secluded trails east of Delphi. In the 9 months since their deaths, thousands of tips and more than $200,000 in donations have poured into law enforcement agencies as they search for a culprit. In January, Indiana Department of Homeland Security established a $5,000 reward fund for information leading to an arrest in the Flora case. Until March, however, the agency has not established a streamlined method to collect additional donations on top of the reward. The Homeland Security Agency began taking community donations after an inquiry by the Journal and Courier if they would be accepted. So they didn't even, that's kind of weird. Investigation shakeup. Detectives with ISP have taken the lead on the year-long case, while officials with the state fire marshal and the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives have assisted with the investigation. In June, Dennis Randall, a state fire investigator assigned to the case, resigned after questions arose regarding the determination of arson. Indy Star reported in July. Following Randall's resignation, his son, Adam Randall, resigned as Flora Fire Chief during the department's monthly meeting in November. Carroll County Prosecutor Robert Ives also recently announced his decision to step down. The series of shakeups have led to some to question the quality of the investigation. So the state fire investigator, Dennis Randall, his son is the Flora Fire Chief. Interesting. Very, very interesting. In October, Barbara Bolling Williams, president of the Indiana State NAACP Convention, said the investigation had possibly been bungled. I'm not going to say the investigation has been botched or anything, Riley said. We're definitely working the case. Basically, like I said, the fire chief really has nothing to do with the investigation. His job is to fight the fire. That's what they did when they arrived, and that's his job as the fire chief. Wow, those are curious words. And if it was botched, would Riley come out and say, oh yeah, the investigation was botched? Like, what would you expect him to say? And again, that's something the coincidence theorists that deny all corruption, conspiracy, and incompetence, that's what they always fail to do, is to have controls to see what would happen in one situation versus another. Okay, so let's go to the police scanner audio.
When I left that group, I was on the way out, and I came up closer to the scene. Okay, we are loaded. We're getting a vehicle to take us all up there as a group. We're driving everybody up there. Yeah. Pickup that's going to take us up there versus bringing several vehicles. So we'll be up there in just a minute.
Paid for hit and run.
No hurry. Just had a citizen stop by our area. Information that girls have been found in the water. Can you confirm that? Negative. We have no confirmation whatsoever. He advised it was a John Weaver that told him.
336, we just saw the subject go into apartment 71.
We have no confirmation of that whatsoever. 601. All of your connections are at the scene now.
So, what does this tell us? So, a John Weaver. So they reference him as a citizen. So he's not an official fireman or first responder. So they're referencing him as a citizen. So it's the scanner is basically stating that a citizen, John Weaver, either told police or another citizen that the bodies were found in the water. So why is he saying this? And so he's part of the search party. Is this the same John Weaver that's the neighbor of the Flora fire situation? And again, I'm not saying he is or he isn't. It's curious if it's the same guy. It's just, it's a little weird. So it says, so a citizen is stating to police or to someone in contact with police, this citizen is John Weaver, that the girls have been found in the water. Now, on the helicopter footage, it does look like the searchers are in the water. Is it so? Again, this is MINDSHOCK. We have to go through every single possibility. Is it possible they really were found in the water and then moved? Is it possible? I mean, we have so many different individuals who were allegedly there discovering the bodies at approximately the same time. I don't know if John Weaver is the first report shortly before they were officially found. I don't know if this is minutes or a half hour before they were officially found. And if they're right there, why would they be saying they're found in the water? Because if they are not in the water. It's curious. It's curious. It's hard to make heads or tails of this. And I don't know if the supposed fireman was ever identified that was telling people not to search that specific area. Some people are alleging that might have been John Weaver. Why would he be saying not to search that area? I don't know. These are curious questions. Again, we don't see this kind of strangeness in other cases. It seems everything is an issue. Again, there is a John Weaver who is a professor at Purdue or works at Purdue University. And this is right from this is from nanohub.org, website nano.purdue.edu. John Weaver serves as the facility manager for the Burke Nanotechnology Center at Purdue University. He is responsible for facility infrastructure, safety and training activities, and clean room and laboratory operations. John received his BS degree in chemistry at Adrian College in '72 and joined RCA Solid State Division in Process Engineering in the world's first production CMOS fabrication facility. In 1975, he moved to Hughes Aircraft Company's Solid State Products Division in Newport Beach, California, where he continued his role in high-volume manufacturing support engineering. In 1977, he moved to what is now Delphi Corporation in Kokomo, Indiana. During his year, John has been involved in a variety of roles in semiconductor process support, process development, and processing facilities development. John has published numerous papers in both the process development and contamination control fields, has 2 patents in process development, and authored a book and a book chapter in contamination control technology. He has taught a wide variety of industry short courses and is the recipient of the Willis J. Whitfield Award for contributions to the field of contamination control. He is a senior member of the Institute for Environmental Sciences and Technology, president of the Indiana chapter, member of the editorial board for the Journal of the IEST, and is a principal member of the NFPA 318 committee, which writes standards for clean rooms. He has been involved in the design, construction, and operation of more than 25 clean rooms and clean facilities during his career. Now, the conspiracy theorist would immediately jump to, is this a man who understands contamination and evidence and has many, many years of experience with such? Again, I'm not even saying this is the same John Weaver. I am not alleging anything about anyone. It's just curious that all these guys have the same name. And there's even a John Weaver as part of the Lincoln Project trying to take down Donald Trump. That was a different John Weaver. So again, I am not stating any of these John Weavers are the same people. Another curiosity is, of course, the Linda Weldy case. Some online researchers are alleging that a comment made on What's New Laporte.com was made by a certain John Weaver. Now, this claim is much more dubious, but I will go over the Linda Weldy case anyway. Before we get to this specific article, I want to do an overview of the entire case for context here. This was posted on Reddit Crime Community. Linda Weldy 10 was last seen in February 1987 by her bus driver after school release for the day. She was dropped off at the end of her driveway in LaPorte County, Indiana. Her body was found 3 weeks later, March 17th, along an abandoned railroad track 9 miles from her home. Linda Weldy's family thinks a serial killer is to blame for her murder, but police are skeptical. Linda was 10 years old when she was abducted from her bus stop in 1987. Her body was found 3 weeks later. Her killer is still out there. Linda's disappearance and murder on the afternoon of February 24th, 1987, Linda's bus dropped her off near her home on McClung Road. It was approximately 3:30 p.m. According to police, her bus driver and other children saw her walk to the family mailbox as she did each day. The bus drove off. Linda was supposed to walk about 250 yards down the curved gravel driveway to her home, which was hidden by trees. A veteran of Foreign Wars building now sits where Linda's home used to stand. Linda never made it home. Police say Egolf's then-boyfriend, Robert, whom she later married, was at home at the time. Robert helped raise Linda and Egolf's son. According to newspaper reports, Robert and Egolf's 12-year-old son were in the front yard installing an antenna. Karen says she worked the late shift at her job, so she didn't realize Linda didn't make it home until she talked with Robert and he asked where Linda was. 22 days later, Linda's body was found by a farmer along some abandoned railroad tracks on County Road 500 South near Kingsbury. Linda had been strangled. Police asked Egolf to identify the body. And apparently this case reminds this poster of Sherry Mahan's case. Winfield Township, Pennsylvania. On a sunny February 22nd, 1985, 8-year-old Sherry Mahan got off her school bus on Corn Planter Road and headed to her driveway in her home approximately 50 feet from the base of the driveway in Pennsylvania, but she never made it. 3 other students got off with her at the stop, but all 3 made it home. A van sketch, as described by witnesses, possibly involved with Sherry Mahan's disappearance. And some researchers are stating here that Linda Weldy was not Linda Weldy Egolf. Her last name was Weldy. Her mother was Karen, last name at the time unknown. So they don't even know her mother's name here. Karen's boyfriend at the time was Robert Egolf. Karen later married out Robert Egolf and became Karen Egolf. 12-year-old was the son of Karen and unknown, at least half-brother to Linda, his first and last name unknown. Another poster said, "This reminds me of Jennifer Odom, got off the bus, never made it all the way up the drive to her home, found murdered a week later." I believe that was in February 2, 1993. So in this website, What's New Laporte.com, cold case killing of Linda Weldy 10 still waiting to be solved. Can you help? February 24th, 2014. 27 years ago this week, 10-year-old Linda Weldy of LaPorte disappeared. She was reported missing February 24th, 1987. She was found dead March 17th of the same year. Like the 1993 cold case murder of LaPorte teen Raina Ryson that resulted in an arrest in 2013, authorities and others hope new evidence will surface in the Linda Weldy killing. Linda got off her LaPorte Community School Court bus at about 3:30, February 24th, 1987, near her home on McClung Road, but apparently did not get to her house. Her mother reported her missing that evening. Her body was discovered over 2 weeks later on an abandoned railroad right-of-way near County Road 500 South near Kingsbury. Police conducted interviews at the time, but no arrests were made. I'm still curious on, so the mother's boyfriend and her 12-year-old son are in the yard when she's being taken, or something happened? None of this makes any sense. And of course, there wasn't really a big internet true crime community back then, so this wasn't really being discussed extensively. The most extensive article I could find on this case is actually WSBT.com, Cold Case Files, The Kidnapping and Murder of 10-year-old Linda Weldy, posted Sunday, March 12, 2013. Linda Weldy's family thinks a serial killer is to blame for her murder, but police are skeptical. Linda was 10 years old when she was abducted from her bus stop in 1987. Her body was found 3 weeks later. Her killer is still out there. Tragedy. It's been 26 years since her daughter Linda Weldy was kidnapped and murdered, and Karen Egoff has felt every single minute of those 26 years. Some days are good and some days are bad, says Egoff, and they say with time it will heal all wounds. When something like this happens to your child, it doesn't heal. Sometimes you feel a little numb. But no, it never goes away. It never heals. Linda Weldy was a happy 10-year-old girl. She loved fishing and riding her bike. She was a riot. She was so funny. She loved this TV show called Mork and Mindy, says Egoff. Life was good, Egoff says, and the day Linda disappeared was like any other. We never thought that anything like this could possibly happen to us. We weren't rich, we didn't have very much money, and we always thought that people who got kidnapped for a ransom, and we were just so ignorant, says Egoff. Linda's disappearance and murder. On the afternoon of February 24th, 1987, Linda's bus dropped her off near her home on McClung Road. It was about 3:30 p.m. According to police, her bus driver and other children saw her walk toward the family mailbox as she did each day. The bus drove off. Linda was supposed to walk about 250 yards down the curved gravel driveway to her home, which was hidden by trees. A veteran of foreign wars building now sits where Linda's home used to stand. Linda never made it home. Police say Egoff's then-boyfriend Robert, whom she later married, was at home at the time. Robert helped raise Linda and Egoff's son. According to newspaper reports, Robert and Egoff's 12-year-old son were in the front yard installing an antenna. Karen says she worked the late shift at her job, so she didn't realize Linda didn't make it home until she talked with Robert and he asked where Linda was. Egoff says Linda often went over to a friend's house after school. When they realized Linda was unaccounted for, Egoff went to the police. This doesn't make sense to me. If Robert and Egoff's 12-year-old son are in the front yard installing an antenna, how did they not see or hear the bus? Let alone her. That doesn't make any sense. They assumed she went over to a friend's house. I didn't want to think my baby is gone and she is never coming home and I'll never see her again. I just keep clinging to that hope that she will come home and that we will find her and she will be back. I wouldn't give up. We still had that fragment of hope, says Egoff. That fragment shattered 22 days later. Linda's body was found by a farmer along some long abandoned railroad tracks, County Road 500 South near Kingsbury. Linda had been strangled. Police asked Egoff to identify the body. I still held on to that hope. No, it can't be her. It's got to be somebody else, says Egoff. But then I saw her. Who would do this to a child and live with themselves? I don't understand, people. I don't understand how anybody can hurt another person. According to newspaper reports at the time, police said they believed the person or people responsible for her murder probably knew Linda. But her family has a different theory. Egoff believes suspected serial killer Larry Hall murdered Linda. I actually went over Larry Hall on the Springfield 3 podcast series. If you haven't checked that out, you can check that out. Could a serial killer be to blame? Christopher Hawley Martin wrote a book about Larry Hall titled Urges. According to Martin, Hall is believed to have abducted and killed several girls throughout the 80s and 90s. Hall is serving a life sentence in Texas on federal kidnapping charges. He has never been convicted of murder. Martin says he has established a rapport for Hall and that they have a special way to communicate with each other so that Hall will not face any more charges that could lead to a death penalty. We've established a kind of code, says Martin. For example, I might ask Larry about a case and he will give me 2 or 3 facts about it. Then he will give me 1 false fact about it. What that does is contaminate it as far as law enforcement is concerned. Martin says Hall would use his van to abduct women and girls and then murder them. Martin believes Linda is one of his victims. And while LaPorte County investigators know of Larry Hall, they are skeptical that he committed this crime. Detective Sergeant Pat Cicero says he had a discussion with Martin. We noted several similarities with Hall's MO, said Cicero. I believe Mr. Hall could be a person of interest, but based upon the results of the ongoing investigation, we believe there were other persons who had more culpability. Let me repeat that again. We believe there were other persons, plural, who had more culpability. Cicero says suspects were developed in this case, but he wouldn't elaborate. That means there are still no answers for Linda's family. No answers. We still don't know, says Egolf. We still have our suspicions, and the police still have their suspicions. And it would be nice to be able to just close this. We would ask for anyone who has information to please come forward. The suspect or suspects knows who they are and what they did. It is time for them to help a grieving family, says Cicero. Egolf sits down every now and then to look at the pictures of Linda's life. The photos are reminders of how beautiful Linda was as a child, but there will be no wedding photos, no snapshots of graduation day, no grandchildren to add to her album. The photos of Linda Weldy will forever end at age 10. She didn't get a chance to do anything, but I am so very glad that I had her. Even it was just for a short time, says Egolf. Do you know something? Please contact the LaPorte County Sheriff's Office Detective Bureau, 219-326-7700. So another very, very tragic case. And at some point, I've mentioned this in other cases, at which point should the police release all the information they have publicly? Because if they're not going to solve it, I mean, they're trying to protect the case for prosecution. That's all well and good. But after how many years and decades are they not going to solve it? Should there be another agency involved? What should happen instead of just leaving it in limbo forever? Because that's obviously not the way to get justice. There's way too many cold cases out there. I think everybody can agree on that. But here, going back to the many John Weavers, there's a comment here on the What's New Laporte.com write-up, which I read right before this more in-depth article. It's actually the first comment and the only original comment. There's 2 responses to it, but a John W. So this may or may not be a John Weaver. It could be a John White, it could be a John Wyatt, it could be a John Woo, it could be John whoever. He stated this on March 5th, 1979. I had the good fortune to be at the right place at the right time to pull a then 2-year-old Linda Weldy out of a burning house in LaPorte. I never quite understood why God would allow me to save her life that day, only to be taken 8 years later. I pray someone will step up and bring some closure to this case. A response by another John, July 27th, 2019, about 5 years later. It's not even about you, pal. Stop seeking fame. And another response, January 2nd, 2020. That's amazing, and yes, puzzling as well. However, it was praiseworthy for you to be at the right place at the right time and be willing to endanger yourself to help another. Were you a passing citizen that just let caring emotion click in and moved on it, or were you in a line of duty that happened to dispatch you to the location where you thankfully were timely and, in my opinion, heroic? Bless you and any and all who would do the same. Happy New Year's. Okay. So, yeah, not a lot of activity, but who is this John W., and why are people attributing him to a possible John Weaver? Now, if it's the same John Weaver from the Flora fire, that's curious, because this is a guy that's pulling people out of burning houses. That's a little bit curious. And LaPorte, Indiana is about 90 miles north of Flora and Delphi. So not incredibly close, but still the same state, just for reference. So, yeah, what do we make of John Weaver? If these are all different individuals, and John W. is not necessarily John Weaver. Again, and if there's evidence that this John Weaver from Flora lived in LaPorte or worked in LaPorte in that area, it's all very, very curious, but without definitive answers, these could all be completely different John Weavers. And this is quite a tangled web that has been weaved. It's very, very mind-shocking. The only other Weaver here from North Central Ohio, WMFD.com, task force apprehends Indiana murder suspect in the Mansfield area. Mansfield, Ohio, a fugitive, this was Wednesday, July 8th, 2020, just last year. Mansfield, Ohio, a fugitive from justice took several officers on a chase through a wooded area on Tuesday. 24-year-old Martrell Weaver, who was wanted for murder out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, was suspected to be in the Mansfield area with family. Weaver is said to have shot a female victim 4 times at a residence in the Fort Wayne area. Following up on a lead, the Northern Ohio Violent Fugitive Task Force closed in on Weaver in a wooded area between the Woodside Estates Mobile Home Park and Caldwell Street. The task force officers arrested Weaver without further incidents and transported to the Richland County Jail, remaining there until he can be extradited back to Indiana to face his pending charges. Our task force and the U.S. Marshal Service across the country will stop at nothing to track down violent fugitives like this, said U.S. Marshal Pete Elliott. Both cities, Fort Wayne and Mansfield, are safer tonight with this man off the streets. And does this Martrell S. Weaver look like the younger sketch? I don't know. Some people are convinced that the bridge guy or the killer had an accomplice, and this might have been an older guy and a younger guy, possibly related. Possibly related, possibly not. But as always, there's more questions than answers, and hopefully this case does not become a cold case. But the parallels to the Flora fire with a lot of these same officials involved, it is quite curious. I don't know at what point the FBI were supposedly already in Delphi investigating something else. Were they investigating corruption? Is this similar to the Stephen Avery case where FBI were already in the area on Cuss Road, apparently part of some other investigation at the time Teresa Hallback's going missing and then allegedly being killed? So is there something similar going on here where the FBI were already onto corruption in Indiana? Now, the coincidence theorists and the corruption deniers, they maintain that the FBI or some other agency would obviously discover corruption. Well, that doesn't happen overnight. If this is an ongoing investigation and it goes up even higher than surmised, even well beyond the individuals involved in the Flora fire, it's very, very common in, of course, law enforcement to go after the biggest fish you can. Why would you take some petty drug dealer off the street if you're involved in an investigation that could take down the kingpin and much, much bigger drug traffickers? This is law enforcement 101. I'm not sure why all the coincidence theorists and corruption deniers are not familiar with these very, very basic processes in law enforcement, but that's the way it works. So hopefully this will all be solved very, very soon. And is this all one John Weaver? Are these all different John Weavers? How far up does the coincidence stack go? Now, if it's all the same John Weaver, and I'm not saying it is, but if it is, that's a little curious. I don't know, running the numbers statistically on whether it could all be coincidental, I suppose it still could. And again, John Weaver is a plausible enough name where these could all be different individuals. And of course, we're not going to fall for black and white fallacies. It's possible there are 2 John Weavers, and it would be curious if the Flora John Weaver is also the guy that saved this girl from a fire, and if he has some kind of relation to the other firemen. And the John Weaver in the Delphi case is not the professor at Purdue and not involved in any capacity. So there could be 3 John Weavers or 2 John Weavers with any combination of these situations. Again, I am not alleging any of them are any particular person, or that they are the same person, or that they are involved in any crime. This was all reported, and I just went through the articles, and these names keep coming up. And even if it was the same John Weaver, as I said, that doesn't mean he's guilty of any crime. I suppose it's all possible he could have been a good Samaritan who happened to live near the floor of fire. So, yeah, a lot of people want to draw these definitive parallels that simply cannot be drawn, especially not with the limited information. And apparently, again, just from comments, I have no way to corroborate this, supposedly the Delphi police did speak to John Weaver, as I would assume, if he was there finding the bodies, possibly in the water, possibly not if they were moved. Obviously, they would want to know exactly what was going on there. And I'm assuming they would have also investigated all of the searchers, but the alibi, of course, but it's weird because suppose, again, this is all rumored, that at least 1 or 2 of the searchers admitted to touching the bodies. Again, this is just a rumor. Why would they? Unless if they didn't know, if they were in the water and they didn't see them, then maybe they unintentionally touched the body. But if you happened upon a murder scene, would you just immediately rush to touch the body? Unless it wasn't obvious that they were dead, and that leads into a whole bunch of other rumors where apparently one of them was rumored to still be warm. And other rumors were that she died in the ambulance on the way away from the scene. But either way, I suppose if you believe they're alive and they're not obviously dead, you could check for a pulse or try to save them, so that would make sense. But if the scene is as rumored, a very, very gruesome scene where it's obvious that they're dead and the police are nearby anyway, it's really weird. I mean, there's EMS, there's volunteer firefighters. If you're just a random civilian searcher, would you rush to contaminate immediately? I don't know. It's all very bizarre, very, very tragic. Hopefully awareness can be kept up in this case, and it won't go cold, and it will be solved soon. If you want to support MindShock and help us get more mind-shocking podcasts out there, keeping up awareness in various cold cases and missing persons cases, feel free to donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, or you can just go to youtube.com/MindShock. Like and share this podcast on social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. So you could also help support the channel by becoming a patron. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to MindShock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Delphi case series. This is episode 28, The Search. We're going to go over some interesting details, trying to nail down exactly which areas were searched when, and why there's so much confusion, and why all of these individuals seem to have a really hard time grasping what thermal imaging is. I already did an episode on the thermal imaging drone and how bodies would clearly be picked up if they were there. Some people are still trying to do all this mental gymnastics to, for whatever reason, I don't know, emotional triggering or whatnot, just blind faith in the cult of authority worship because it was reported that they were killed there at that time, that so many of these goofs, they just can't fathom the possibility that human beings can make mistakes. I mean, I don't know why, but whatever, here we are. Obviously, there's plenty of other POIs to go over, plenty of other issues, but I did want to touch on this, including what several MindShock listeners have brought to my attention, issues that have not been discussed before, as we always do on MindShock, in typical, comprehensive, logical fashion. A lot of people are triggered by it. A lot of people are just severely deficient in English comprehension, and their Dunning-Kruger is so severe and their ego has got them on too short strings, they can't re-examine their own assumed comprehension level in the English language, which is, of course, what all of these issues are, in them not able to even understand the ideas being presented. But on MindShock, we are all about getting to the truth in an objective, logical fashion without falling for any of these logical fallacies. As always, if you enjoy the MindShock podcast, find it interesting, you can help support the podcast, help us get more mind-shocking content out there, keep up awareness in unsolved cases, cold cases, missing persons cases, wrongful convictions, and plenty more. You could donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. You could also become a YouTube member, help support the channel that way, get access to exclusive streams and chats not available to the public. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. As always, try to at least make sure you are on a first or second grade English comprehension level before flooding the chat, clearly demonstrating you didn't understand what was even presented, because that's been an ongoing issue in the comments. Obviously, MindShock is a logical podcast, clearly not for a large percentage of the population, and yet they seem to just really want to hang out here anyway. But I mean, I guess that's good for educational purposes regarding psychology and logical fallacies. That is a good thing, so there's plenty to be learned, and those who find Dunning-Kruger stylings amusing, it's also quite hilarious in its own way. But here we are. So first things first, some people hallucinate and pretend that there's definitive evidence that the area where the bodies were found were not searched. Yet there's so much conflicting information and direct testimony that the area was not only specifically searched, but there was also personnel on the ground waving people away from searching that precise area, claiming it was already searched, which is quite strange. Others still just continue to maintain and hallucinate that it was definitely not searched, which is really weird. Let's go to this clip from Delphi Daughters, The Untold Story of Abby and Libby. So this was uploaded on WRTV Indianapolis on their YouTube channel, April 27th, 2017. I actually do not know the air date of this. I don't know if it was aired much earlier, around the same time. Whatever it was, it's on YouTube as of April 27th, 2017. Okay, so what do we have here? 2 minutes and 45 seconds, we have an interesting interview here.
Over 100 people out searching the area last night, walking both sides of the creek bank, 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 both sides of the creek bank.
So this searcher is saying there was over 100 people searching the night of, walking both sides of the creek bed. So let me read that again for all these goofs out there that hallucinate to know for sure that that side of the creek was not searched. This guy, this searcher volunteer, whoever he is, he's clearly stating that both sides of the creek were walked. Now, obviously, the bodies were not found right along the creek bed, but clearly that area was searched. Now, you can argue how well it was searched until you're blue in the face, of course, unless you were there and you walked the inches that you walked. But it's like a little depressed ravine-type area. There's plenty of footage available of it. To think that they would not have walked that far in, especially if these stories are true regarding personnel turning away additional searchers by claiming the area was already searched if it wasn't. I mean, that's just a strange story. I mean, even if it was, whether it was or wasn't searched, why was only that area there were people turning others away from searching? I mean, I'm assuming all these other areas were searched multiple times, right? How come in no other area other than the area the bodies were found were people turning away searchers? Is that not weird to certain people out there? I mean, how many of these coincidence theorists out there just ignore all this information? Now, of course, all of it could be false. All of these interviews could be false. All these people could be mistaken. But to just pretend that de facto, I mean, these are missing teens. To think that a real search would not have been done, I mean, that's kind of weird. That is kind of weird indeed. I mean, other theories regarding on why the search was stopped. So apparently, if the authorities were alerted of some kind of social media activity that made them think they were at a party or somebody else's house or something, whether fake or not, if the authorities truly believed they were legit, I mean, that's still kind of messed up that they would suspend the search. But then again, if they had the thermal imaging drone out and there was just no sign of them and there's 100 searchers, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of rough. I mean, that's kind of rough because it really does appear that they're just not there or farther out, in which case you would need to search at a larger radius. So perhaps suspending or minimizing the search around the bridge, I mean, that might seem logical and just moving farther and farther out, but how far out did the thermal imaging drone really search? I mean, there's people out there that claim it would not have been flown over the bridge when the drone operator explicitly said he did. So clearly the drone flew over where the bodies were found, and I'll just go real quick. You know, you're not arguing with me. Some people think they're arguing with me when they think the bodies would not have been found. I mean, you can go to sciencedirect.com. I mean, algor mortis, the body loses between 1 and 1.5 degrees Celsius per hour. And there's anywhere between a 30-minute and a 3-hour delay before that even starts happening. So the margin for error here, it's not like the drone was flown at like 3 o'clock in the morning where you start to crunch the math and you might think, okay, it might have not picked up thermal signatures. It was flown that afternoon, just mere hours later. Obviously, the bodies would have been cooling. Some people might just not understand how sensitive this equipment is. It's comparing the temperature relative to the ground. The bodies, it's not like the bodies cool to the ambient temperature instantly. It takes a really long time. Takes hours and hours. Those claiming, oh, well, they walked through the creek, therefore the temperatures wouldn't have picked up. Even if their entire lower half, or even if they were submerged up to the chest, as soon as they get out of the water, unless they're claiming they were killed in the water and dragged up, even then they'd probably have to have like floated in the water for a couple minutes in order to just get that temperature down before being drug up, in which case there would have been clear signs of dragged bodies. So no matter how you try, no matter how many mental gymnastics moves people try to make, I mean, it's weird. It's like they're so emotionally triggered they can't handle the possibility that the bodies really weren't there. It's just weird. I mean, that much blind faith in the idiot box, I don't know. People make mistakes. If law enforcement did not make mistakes, this case would be solved already. I mean, these are not advanced concepts to understand. So, yeah, clearly we have this searcher stating both sides were searched. There's some event to suspend the search. Now, That is curious. Now, we also have the phone pinging all over town. So, other cell phone technicians have chimed in and stated that in 2017, they were pretty exact in terms of pinging phones. So, when they say the phone pinged all over town, if that information is accurate, I mean, that's what was reported. It might not be accurate, but that is what was reported. And that would mean that the phone literally was moving a certain distance from cell towers. Now, the transfer from one tower to another, that can occur for a bunch of different reasons, but the distance the phone is from the tower is going back and forth. So was the phone brought back to the scene? So it wasn't there first, then it was brought back to the scene. Also, what nobody seems to talk about is the sneaker found near the hill, maybe the down the hill, maybe not, that was not found on the original search on the 13th. See, that's a problem. That would suggest the bodies were brought back and possibly there could have been some planted evidence, both in items of clothing, the phone, other possible issues. I mean, this is not rocket science. These are all theoretical possibilities, but you would have to think, I mean, how likely is all this? Obviously, if they released the drone footage, I'm assuming, depending on exactly where the drone took off from, you might be able to even make out that sneaker unless, I mean, I guess they might have found it. No, they found it after, yeah. So you might, if the sneaker is there and they didn't found it, it should be there. But then if it's there the next day and it wasn't there the previous day, what does that mean? These are questions. I'm asking questions here. The other thing that's highly suspect in this case is, of course, the timeline. And the search, the issues with the search, if the girls were taken by car to another location, either willingly or not, again, this is all conjecture. What does that mean with the search? Because the search would have obviously not found them if they weren't there. The thermal imaging drone would have obviously not found them if they weren't there. Now, here's another issue. Some people purport that even the bridge guy video was planted to divert attention away from the true perpetrator or perpetrators. And the timeline of that Snapchat also, again, I don't know if we have actual Snapchat programmers that listen to the MINDSHOCK podcast, but different people have said different things. Is that at the timestamp of opening the photo and not the upload time? And even if it is the upload time, you can upload a photo that wasn't taken at that time. You can upload a previous photo at a different time. So is there irrefutable proof that they were at the bridge that day at that time? And I'm using the word irrefutable here. Obviously, there is evidence to suggest they were there at the time alleged. But is it irrefutable proof? Some argue it is not irrefutable. Here is a comment from Sue on the MINDSHOCK YouTube. On Sunday, Abby's mom dropped her off at the Patty home after she practiced with her new ball and glove. Abby's grandfather headed back to Michigan Sunday. Now, is that the grandfather that lives just down the road from the bridge, from the alleged abduction site? Because if he's only a quarter or a half mile down that road, I mean, what does that mean for the case? But again, here it's stating he was not there. So in which case, again, I'm assuming law enforcement has checked this all out. And then weren't there other stories that stated that Abby had not been on the bridge before? So if she really lives down the road, right down the road from the bridge, I mean, I don't know. Again, I wasn't there. I really don't know. How likely is it that she has never been there and that others have never seen her? Now, Libby, of course, actually geocached in that area with Kelsey, so clearly they've been there before, but Abby's grandfather allegedly lives right down the road there. What does that mean for the case? Because that's something that wasn't really discussed early on. And then in the previous episode, we did discuss the rumor that one of the landowners may have possibly yelled at Liberty German for trespassing right in that area. So what does that mean for the case? But continuing with this post here, in the pics of Abby holding a softball and a ball glove, she is wearing black slacks. The bridge pic shows her wearing medium blue colored jeans with rips. So, did she go by her home after practice and change out of the black slacks and into the blue jeans before the Patty home drop-off? Did she pack an overnight bag with the blue jeans? If so, why the need to wash her clothes, as Becky Patty stated that Abby's clothes had gone through their washer and dryer? I don't understand the need to wash her clothes. She was there one night, not a week. She was to be there one night, not a week. Also, Becky Patty states that she herself seen a pic of Abby playing ball Sunday and Abby was wearing a jacket. So was the jacket that Abby was wearing Sunday the same jacket she is seen in Monday? If not, why not? Where is the jacket from Sunday? Kelsey German states the pic of Abby on the bridge Monday is her jacket, Kelsey German's jacket. Were the pic of Abby taken a different day? Now, these are some excellent questions, and we also have to keep in mind that apparently there were many videos and photos taken that day, the day before, and they would offer a lot of clues into the exact wardrobes here. And also the logistics of changing clothes. Now, I mean, obviously it's not that unusual for people to change their clothes throughout the day, particularly going from one place to another. But if they didn't, I mean, I don't know. I don't know, because there's a lot of other problems with the timeline. In any other case, you might not want to spend all this time closely examining wardrobe. But in this case, where the timeline is just so highly questionable, because in the previous episode, of course, we also talked about how possibly nobody actually saw the girls on the trail or on the bridge. Which is a little strange because, again, if it was any other super cold day, there's not a lot of people walking the trails, okay, a lot less strange. But on such an unusually warm February day, that was also a day off from school where supposedly other kids from school would have been walking the trails who actually knew the girls. I mean, unless this all does exist and it's just been kept completely hush-hush by law enforcement for whatever reason. I mean, I guess that's a possibility as well. This is, of course, MINDSHOCK, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So this is all highly, highly questionable, and we don't have solid answers here. Now, if there were solid answers, would the case already be solved? Does law enforcement have enough information to solve the case? Some postulate they actually know exactly who did it. Dead or alive, they know, which is why the case is kind of dragging on in a way, because they're not in a rush because they already know. Others, of course, speculate they don't know. They don't know jack. This is completely botched, and it's going to be ongoing forever because of the botching. And with so much unverifiable information, I mean, there's really, it's hard to make heads or tails out of anything. If the bridge guy video is a plant by the perpetrator or perpetrators themselves, whether or not they're law enforcement or government officials, whether or not you want to go down that conspiracy rabbit hole, whether you want to go down it or not, is it possible the bridge guy video is a plant? I mean, there's a lot of problems with this case. That is one thing that cannot be disputed. Okay, so the last thing we're going to go over isn't specifically related to the search, but it is relatively mind-shocking, so I will go into this. So Tony Klein, the father of Keegan Klein, has been long speculated to either be Bridge Guy himself or somehow having assisted Keegan Klein if Keegan Klein was responsible in any way. Again, I am not claiming anyone is guilty or innocent. I don't know how many times I have to say that for all the goofs out there. But some people believe Tony Klein is Bridge Guy or partially responsible. Now, the Murder Sheet podcast has, of course, gotten into his history, which is apparently not clean. So he's had charges before, and apparently one of them was involving an 11-year-old. So in relation to the Delphi case, there were early rumors that Libby German was going to be going to the police about something. Now, some people believe that's related to Derek German, her father, or some other drug-dealing individuals. But is it possible it's related to Tony Klein? An interesting post from the Libby and Abby subreddit here by friendly Uncle Possum. Frankly, this is a game changer from my point of view. What are the odds that this is all just coincidence? Obviously, the coincidence theorist would say it all is, but the only partially named POI ever released by law enforcement who stalks and sexualizes children and has a father who stalks and threatens children while sexually harassing women is not involved with this murder. These Klein fellas are right at the top of the list of POIs for me. Now, again, I still don't know what to make of Garrett Kurtz, because, I mean, this is a guy that grew up on Ron Logan's land. He knew Ron Logan. He's already killed other people. He's a violent criminal. And he's not responsible for bodies found on Ron Logan's land, unless they all know each other, of course. Refer to the previous podcast episodes for those speculations. So, here's another post by Kelly C. Peters. A theory is popping into my mind after listening is that maybe Libby, who we know was talking to Keegan, later found out his true identity and was threatening to tell someone about him because he was manipulating her or threatening her, and either he coerced her into wiping her phone or she did it herself, given his dad's history with intimidation of the 11-year-old referred to in the podcast. Maybe his dad decided to take care of the problem since they knew the girls were there that day. Keegan and his dad could be alibis for each other that day, and Keegan could have been the driver, but not necessarily. Now Keegan's negotiations have broken down because he's not backing off the alibi. Although the witness account leads to the catfish photo, the original stands. Okay. So that's all quite mind-shocking. So we're going to go into another mind shock here because I don't believe this has ever been properly addressed. Are we about to solve the problem with the sketches? Because in this Kelly C. Peters post here, she mentions the new witness account leads to the catfish photo, the original stands. And here is a link to, I believe, a Facebook post. If I haven't posted this before, this is what she told me she actually saw. This is regarding the witness of the first sketch. Before law enforcement screwed around with it. Short billed hat with a hoodie and the scarf below his nose and around her height, which was 5'6" at the time. That was her description that law enforcement released in July 2017. And she did not wait months to come forward. She went to law enforcement as soon as the girls were found on the 14th. But she had seen this altered sketch I made right here and has agreed that it is similar to what she saw. She also guessed him to be in the 40s or 50s. This is what I have. I can't answer questions I have no answers for. This is what she and her mom shared with me. After that, think what you will. And a few responses here. It is a very helpful sketch that I haven't seen before. Definitely nefarious. There was no need for a face mask on such a mild day, unless this guy had asthma or some type of medical condition that required one. I would definitely wonder what was up with this guy if I came across him. Another response, I think you just proved a lot of people's theory if this is actually what one of the witnesses saw. And how could anyone give a close description of what the guy looks like? But going by his eyes and nose, there is even less to actually go on if this is the case. Wow. So if the witness actually did not see his mouth or his jaw, I mean, this actually would explain so much confusion, would it not? Would it not? So if the second sketch is the model and the catfish profile, which also doesn't make a lot of sense, because why not you just use the photo from social media? Because if that was still up, unless it was all wiped and it was just recollection. But wouldn't there be an archive anyway on the other... Because apparently other people came forward about it on the social media. I don't know. But if it's both Keegan Klein and his father, Tony Klein, who both have criminal histories now, Both have criminal histories involving minors. Is it all coincidental? Now, the rumor about Libby going to the police, that's weird. That is weird. That was, I believe that was circulated early on. If it is indeed, if she did happen to find out information about individuals that were engaged in this online activity and she was planning to report them and she made that known, would that make her a target? So here's another post by Marissa. The Shack. Killer was abused as a child. Shred of conscience left in a son covering up for a dad, maybe, question mark. Keegan Kline allegedly threatened a girl for wanting to bring a friend to meet. Phone resetting. Early rumors of catfishing. And when the Anthony Schott stuff came out, a rumor that a friend of the girl's had also been talking to him, and even more rumors about Libby wanting to go to the police, many thoughts about the kind of coincidence it would have to be for all this and Keegan Kline and his dad to not be directly involved. But what we've thought about that and 10 other known people, we're always wrong. Some more posts here. I always assumed going to the police meant in general, not at a certain time, and thought it may be pertinent to something she had learned during her class at Purdue. With all the different POIs, I thought maybe she learned something about one of them. Now I wonder if she was going to report the Anthony Shots account. So, I don't know. This is all very, very strange, very, very sketchy. It still does not really explain the issues with the timeline the day of. Were they intentionally muddied because the Klines are potentially connected to other individuals? If the girls were taken either willingly or unwittingly from that bridge location, if they were ever even there in the first place, taken elsewhere, was there some kind of fake party setup to maybe try to intimidate Libby not to go to the police? And then something went wrong? And then since they knew the girls were at the bridge before, they wanted to... I mean, that's still a very, very high risk to bring the bodies back unless they were in some kind of an outbuilding relatively close to the location. And that, again, that's where Garrett Kurtz comes in. He's very familiar with the entire property. He would know where all the outbuildings are. If he's connected to the Klines, I mean, that makes a little bit more sense, does it not? Does it not? And then if we're going down major rabbit holes, if there's also some kind of law enforcement corruption or FBI investigation taking place with possibly complicit FBI agents, that would render the investigation basically useless, that they would never find out the real truth if that's what those agents wanted, if they were involved. So obviously we don't know any of this. Again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. I mean, I don't know how many times I have to say that. There's so many goofs out there hallucinating that I'm actually reporting an assumption is a fact or some kind of nonsense. I am not reporting anything is true or untrue. I don't know how to say it in more simple terms, but I've said it so many times in this episode. Hopefully all the goofs out there, if their mental deficiencies are not too extreme, they could understand at this point. If they are, I mean, really, the MINDSHOCK podcast is obviously not for them. They can stick to the mainstream sources on the Idiot Box. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of MINDSHOCK True Crime. Found it interesting and informative, opening up all possible lines of inquiry and investigation. Because, of course, the truth is not afraid of investigation. The case is unsolved for a reason. If you want to support MINDSHOCK, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel, get access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.